Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host today. I am Sino. I apologize for the very long delay. I will be your caster for the day, the on-desk observer and producer. I hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. We're here. It's a beautiful Monday night for a best out of 5 series for the first ever Champions League Grand Final. We have Wild Boys CC versus Wild Boys Obey. Two of the same orgs are facing off each other, so it's going to be a win for the org, but only one team can prevail with that ego. Two very well-known teams, but let's bring back some of our thoughts after we take a look at what's ahead of us for the day. As we take a look at some of the bans reigning in here, Vigil, Blackbeard, IQ getting taken care of here. IQ being the odd one out on these bans. Very common here to have your IQ for finding those Valkyrie cameras. That's if she does survive the ban phase. Blackbeard upon the most banned attacking operator, I think, this season. That fully automatic AR behind the shield is just something that is lethal and not a lot of players want to deal with it. Fenrir, a little bit of an interesting last ban as well. We'll confirm all 4 operators for this first map. If you are unaware, if you did not see the graphics on the pre-screen, we have 5 maps ahead of us for today. The possibility is we can either finish this off at the 3rd round mark, or we can go to all 5 maps on the series. The 5 maps will be, obviously, the first being Cafe, the second being Nighthaven Labs, 3rd Clubhouse, 4th Bank, and the 5th, if we need be. Go to it will be the Skyscraper map. Taking a look today at some of the viewers' predictions, the poll is showing us a community vote of 55% in the favor of CC and Obey taking the shorter hand of the stick at 45%. We usually do see teams that have the higher percentage lock-in. It's something that works in the favor of just chemistry here, and they have it in their hands. Right now, Obey gets the pleasure of defending upstairs of Cafe first round here. If CC can play their external windows here correctly, this will be a very easy round for them. If they can just starve here in Obey, and if they can take care of the utility that they're bringing to the roster, they can really make this easy upon themselves. This is going to be Obey's map pick. CC has Nighthaven next up, so it's all about the first impressions that both teams make on each other. I am going to have to get rid of that 100%, but not for a while, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, you have Abolished playing your spear entry, also going to be very useful for these mirrors. These mirrors are absolutely crucial for the late round plays. Bathroom cocktail, just so much pressure they add on to Cigar. C4 already getting burned here. Snoozy no longer having it in his pocket. You have Valkyrie, surprisingly, should survive the ban phase. And this is upon one of the most picked defenders, especially on this map where there is a lot of verticality that can be established. Those pesky little cameras, you need to look very hard for them. And guess what? You've been deprived of that IQ, so it's not going to be as easy to find these cameras. Andy on a little bit of a soft roam here, converting into a hard roam where he decides to go exploring on the map. The first minute of any siege round competitively is to prep the attack, get rid of utility, look for any easy first picks, and decide to get into the map in the safest way possible. A down here from Creepy. Did he get floor banged? I'm very concerned. Or a Taro charge. I think he was on a camera. Gets stimmed here. Andy going for a run out, dealing damage, but taking more in return here. A minute 30, burnt off the clock in a minute 30 left, and right now, it's all at a stalemate position. Andy off site completely. The attackers are going to need to clear him, but you can't waste that much time looking for a defender on the first floor when the site's all the way upstairs. Vizsla meeting his maker quite early, and he is first blood for this series, and for Wild Boys Obey. Lots to be done here. They hear the pre-play C4, meaning the Valkyrie's position. Her whereabouts are known. Creepy doubling the differential, getting 2 kills now on the board for his team. And it is going to be a 3v5 as we approach the 1-minute marker. Lots to be done here for both teams. Abolish somehow has flown down the skylight, gets 1 kill. Can he manage to help? No, he can't. Snoozy getting that quick kill. Barse taken out here by Devin on a quick refrag. 2 for Devin. Can he he find the next? Nope, deciding to look at the dock, but not quite pull the trigger here. 1v2 means it is not impossible, but the kid is loose, soon to be retrieved. Lots to be done here, but a quick flick from JBA will confirm that first round in the favor of Wild Boys Obey. Very well played here. Perfect crosshair placement will send them on to their next site with a round in hand. I don't even know how I got that on the screen. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but as we move in, as we move in into the next round, we're going to be pursuing greater pastures on that first floor kitchen site. Very, very important site, because if you don't play it correctly, if you get starved of your utility very early on in the round, these defenders are going to have a lot to deal with. If they get pressured from small bakery alongside with a freezer push, we are going to be seeing a site setup coming from hell itself, as there will be a lot to be done to be able to reel in all of that utility being lost. Right now you have the Valkyrie again, Kaid for the walls. You have all of the essential operators to have a good site setup. The question is, can they utilize this utility well enough? For some reason, this audio is not cooperating with me, so I just want to fix that up for you guys really quickly. There we go. Just pissing me off. OCD does not rest, but nothing missed here in these 20 seconds, except for the fact that we are not reinforcing default walls. This might be something that will be cursed later on. Site setup looking very bare bones here. No castle, no rotates. It just looks like Obey kind of just shot out walls and said, we're hoping for the best here. And CC looking to have a top down. One man to clear as of right now, being Bars, but Andy joining him on pallets. And lots to be done here for both teams. But first minute, no boots on the ground yet, and all of that framework, all of that droning is being done. Vizsla has those pre-placed drones. First call raining in here. That means no access to these Valkyrie cameras. That C4 isn't going to work no matter how you spin it. Trying to get that easy kill with a C4, but deciding to save it. Valkyrie is actually setting up this Goyo very perfectly for an easy flank here. Dokubi approaching the back. Two players still on the third floor, meaning this is going to be a little interesting here. It's all about timing, and can Andy have his timing lined up for him? Are the Siege Lords going to allow him to get a very successful flank here? His location is now known due to this impact. A little bit of ring around the rosy here, but that double clear, there's just no way you walk out of that alive. The teamwork between Abolish and Evan find the first blood now. Andy taken care of. Nothing left to do except for continue to drone, play your verticality, and start to work your way towards the site. Again, we were speaking on this before. Very bare bones. You cannot seek refuge anywhere on this site unless it is a hard floor. Finally, Bars finds a kill for his team, evening out the playing field, approaching that 1 minute marker. We're approaching that 50-second marker now. The attackers are going to be pinched for time because Vizsla has now been taken care of. I don't know why this game looks like it was recorded in the 1980s. What is this new glitch? Looks like we're going grayscale, ladies and gentlemen, but another kill here for CC will take care of Creepy. Make that 3. Abolish the one-man army. Really just takes care of anybody who walks into the crosshair. This is going to be absolutely lethal for CC as they're building up this pressure. The momentum is starting to get very heavy here for Obey. Can they emerge victorious? No C4s, no denial. You have one man sitting very close to site, and it's going to be the Warden. How do you lose that gunfight with a shotgun in hand? Quickie will be the man to go for the plant, but before he can even get near the site, it'll be Stargazer to close out the round, and that's the one tie. A little bit of an interesting glitch, huh? I've been casting this game for a minute now, and I don't think I have seen that glitch ever. But that's not the key takeaway. Two very well played rounds by both teams. CC deciding to learn from their mistakes. They roam cleared first, and decided to push in sight next, and the kills kind of just followed. Absolutely beautiful plays here, as Obey really couldn't catch up, but 1-all very early on into the game and in the series. So lots to be done here for both teams, just to show us the hunger that they really have to be able to either push for a map win or to push for the series. They will pursue that first floor kitchen yet again. Now, we do see a lot of teams prioritize mining room and this fireplace area just because of the amount of verticality that you can play with castle, with those trap ops. You also have Valkyrie on the board, meaning you can get a little bit of a cheeky camera in Cigar or on Palace to find an easy C4 kill from below. But right now, we're seeing Obey try to win the basic sites here. They bring the staple operators for the third floor and the first floor, and then maybe they will start to pursue that second floor hold. Blitz being that chaotic agent here. Stargazer taking a good amount of damage here, but essentially being the man that gets very easy map control, and he will set his own teammate up. Abolish on his back, finds two. The man is just simply uncontestable. Vizsla alongside with him will find a third. Evan getting taken care of. Creepy finding a kill of his own, looking for that second, but another body is taken care of as Snoozy will meet his maker, and now the defenders being ran for their money again, both having to pool up near red. What the hell was that, Bars? Looking to take a picture with that camera, Arya, as he decides to go back into the site, try to isolate the gunfight. Free fires, Creepy, it doesn't quite work out. Bars goes down. That flash, just honestly, you cannot contest it. And Creepy, the three-way pinch will make him be very, very dead. 6 feet under he goes. A Small Bakery was the attackers and only the attackers. An interesting round as they really went for that chaotic push, and it worked out because guess what? The castles weren't placed down. You didn't have the main rotates. You didn't have the walls reinforced that you needed to have, and you paid the very dear price for it. CC capitalizing on their second round in a row, and now they are capitalizing by grabbing the lead for the first time this series. As the objective rotation parameter unlocks upstairs yet again, they will have the opportunity to win this round very easily. They kind of gave CC a run for their money here. It got to a little bit of a heart attack at the last couple of seconds where you had one man just waltz up the stairs, the Nook finding very easy kills, but it still fell short, and it was their round to claim. You just allowed Andy to do whatever he wants to do, go around the map, swing anything, and it worked out in your favor. And now you have to replicate that push. This time, they're bringing the Azami, meaning Cigar is going to be even harder to push in alongside with the aid of those Miras. 1 second more, and Barso would have been just a faint memory for all of us to remember as he almost dies off of that swamp peak. JVA trying to get lucky as well, and to no avail. Site getting set up a little bit late, but they're still good for time, and there is lots of time to be able to sit back, build up your thoughts, and then look for an execute. Cigar looking like the main idea here. The question is, do you know where you are trying to look? Evan getting very aggressive here. What the hell is this play? She's fully flashed, trying to go out here like John Wick, but no avail. She will use those Kibas to protect herself. And I'm pretty sure her head is very visible from the upside down rappel. So let's hope she doesn't test that out, and she will rotate right back to the default zombie spot of the couches. An interesting play here by Evan and Vizsla. A little bit of interesting teamwork, but thankfully, no bodies, no casualties from there, and now White looking very free. Only Barbed Wire standing in between Abolish and finding a play. First call coming out here, and if they can relieve the pressure, if they can find the singular gap that these defenders have open, this will be a very easy round for the attackers. Abolish, the only man with boots on the ground. Stargazer getting ran out on, and ladies and gentlemen, that is why you put down Claymores, but Abolish has a very easy refrag here. if he can just get a very easy kill. You mistimed it and you lost the gunfight. That is just dreadful. A loss, a blunder is going to deprive CC of 3 kills now. Quick refrag by Quickie is just not enough. They're still out 2 bodies, and it's left to 1 man on 20 HP to find the rest of them. Bars going for a second run out, and now you know the importance of claymores. Evan having to do everything himself, but to no avail as he can't get past Bars. Triple kill to his name, and that'll be Obey waking up, rising to the call, and now tying it up 2-all. Putting us in a very even match. 2 more rounds until the attacker-defender switch, and I think both of these teams, honestly, are doing very, very well. Both of these teams are adapting to each other and deciding to play at the utmost very elite level. More to be done here, but we were speaking on that mid-floor site. It is so important that you have the verticality established correctly. It's so important you bring the right ops, and right now we're seeing the Valkyrie. We are seeing the Castle, and the Pulse also going to be a horrible op to have to deal with here. These defenders, they've come to play, and the question is, how is CC going to be able to respond to this? You have verticality, you have the verticality denial. This round is going to be very chaotic if all of this utility is going to stay up without a single attacker looking for either the Val cameras or this Pulse playing below. It has to be at least 1 kill from the Vert. It just has to be. A little bit intriguing here for Obey. We're not really seeing the roster that I casted before. No Nike Boy appearance here. You know how aggressive he plays at times. He's one of those clutch operators that you bring onto your team when you need somebody with the initiative to just wide swing anything. Yes, you do have Andy's turn, but when he isn't on his best game, we had Nike Boy in the previous games I've casted in other leagues where he just swung everything and made everybody else kneel to him as he would win most of those gunfights. Castle barricades, not a single one placed on that double door, meaning that ram drone can just fly in. That boogie drone will be able to find very easy verticality here with little to no resistance. Boots on the ground was Dokkaebi, but she's nothing but a past memory as Evan gets picked off here by Bars, and he will just completely recover, take his time, and go right back to challenge this corner. Very, very easy kill here if that one bullet had connected. Vizsla again getting robbed. Bars with a quick peek, getting the third. They even end up right back up to 2v4, but we've seen this position before. Too many bodies. A 2v4 situation is just not something you want to be in here. Pulse looking to take pictures, but this goo mine is really going to save his life. The double team from the verticality. Snoozy takes care of business. Stargazer still looking to keep his team alive, but a minute 20 seconds, and there is still a lot to do. Snoozy taking care of business, snoozing Stargazer, and that will be a response here to CC's attacking round, and it is not going to be looking very well for them. The push there wasn't uniform. They got first picked, and then they got second picked off. It is absolutely brutal. You need to have a response for these flanks, for this aggression, and right now, we haven't seen that for the past 2 rounds. This is going to be Obey's last defensive round, and it looks like they're making the most out of it. The most beneficial ending is going to have a 4-2 split if they can push hard enough. Or is CC going to try to push this to a 3-3 split as they are going to go on next to defending this map? Replace drones, always the most important. This was one of the best pushes we've seen here from CC. That top down, that clear the roamer, and then work the vert was absolutely beautiful. Yes, it's textbook siege, but it was very beautiful textbook siege. You had CC completely running amok onto Obey on this one specific site, and if they can do so again, they will have the advantage. But right now, Obey finally learning the memo and reinforcing this one wall. It was agitating me these couple of rounds in the past, but right now, finally, they'll learn from their mistakes, and they will be looking to hold the site with the utmost competition that they are looking for here. Andy, what is this? It actually almost worked as well. It's castled off at the bottom. Don't you know this? As he will be forced to rip it down, and not a single attacker will be there to respond. Kind of looking to avoid this top down. Not all 5 players will be looking to go for this top down situation here. Castle landing one bullet onto Vizsla. He needs to stay alive, and he knows this. It's going to be crucial. You can't have all of your attackers funneling in from a rotate. You need to open up that freezer wall fully. Flores might be the person to be able to do this, but oh no. What a blunder. First blood takes care of Devin and his Rotero charges as well. Doc being caught out on the roam. Who will be there to be able to clear him next? Bars taking some damage, confirmed out by Vizsla as well. You gotta get to running. Goyo, JBA, and Creepy are starting to come back to site as they know the stims need to be distributed out to Andy, and their presence is just generally needed on this site. Beautiful recovery here from Vizsla. His team went down. Very crucial operator with very crucial utility went down very early on. He recovered it, got 2 very essential picks, and also deprived the defensive team of 1C4. There's lots to be done here, but there is plenty of time left on the clock. CC don't have the verticality like they did before, but they do have Freezer completely open now. It's anybody's game here, and they're just going to need to worry about isolating and trying to isolate each person one by one to be able to prance on them and try to get a kill, because this game is about dividing the defenders. As soon as you manage to deprive them of that teamwork, you will be able to have a very easy round. Vizsla, oh, Vizsla, what are you doing? Picked off here, saw it in the side, but Abolish is quick to find a refrag, and he will be safe for a res unless that Warden hops out, and it's Andy's turn. I wouldn't put it past him. He flies out of everything, but the Nomad will be here to be able to save him, and that's exactly what she'll do. Will get a quick shot, but JBA for the refrag. A stim is possible, but Abolish is circling. He's knocking on your door, and you don't have a response. That door stays closed as Abolish meets it with the R4C to the head of the dock. And that will be a 3-3 split as CC switch on to defense. Interesting first half. I honestly was not expecting this. I've seen Obey attack this map before. They're coordinated. They know what they want, but right now their heads aren't in the game. They have a timeout next to their name. And ladies and gentlemen, if you were unaware, this is an unlimited overtime grand final. So they have all the time in the world here, as long as they don't let that round differential get away from them. They have the time, they have the rounds, they have the players with the skills needed to win. Right now, what are they doing to be able to show us that they have these factors? Because these timeouts not being called. Utility, we're not seeing it 100% of the time. CC, we've seen a little bit of interesting rounds here. Vizsla had a very interesting play there, trying to exothermic a breach with a man sitting in the corner, but they managed to capitalize. They won the rounds, and honestly, there's not much to say. They converted on the rounds the most we didn't think they would do. They are on their opposing team's map pick, and they are doing a great job for that map. Evan trying to get very aggressive here. Did not prep the window. If one attacker was quicker, he would have been dead. Snoozy taking some damage from that run out, but luckily he's not dead, because if you do lose that ace in the first 30 seconds of the round, I would say you're essentially screwed. No Azami here, as this Mira is enough to get some cross angles into Cigar. They are going to take the safer approach, leaving Piano very open here. Tasking it to one man. You have Quickie that will be tasked of denying this Piano area unless you have one man sitting in the deep freezer ready to get aggressive. That is the disadvantage of having this one wall reinforced. Flora is a very common pick today. His essential utility has been prioritized, and the lack of the pick mute has been allowing him to thrive. Grimm's raining in. Are they going to be going for a rush plant here is the main question, because why is he looking for the 2 bodies oh so early? We're at the 2-minute mark, and he has used every single one of his beehives. I don't understand what the intention is of it. He loses the shield. Quick drone flies through, might be able to claim the first shock drone. no wall deny is going to pay a price, as this Mira is going to be something that cannot be played unless you have a Death Wish. Volcan needs to be popped, and it will be in a timely manner. Lots to be done here. Ticket, New Belt, it's all in control, but it's all about not over-swinging. Abolish, you have a swing for yourself here. Can you do it? Ash hops in Heaven Window and decides to hop right back out. If Abolish hadn't stimmed himself by now, we would have been seeing a completely different narrative where these defenders are being completely deprived for utility. But right now, these guys are just trying to waltz in, and they're dealing a good amount of damage. Abolish right back up to 100 like nothing ever happened, and these stims are very crucial. Andy, very, very unfortunately, is going to have to deal with this. Oh, no! Whip by JBA decides the fate of this round as Evan Francis on that relief pressure from the cocktail window and gets a pick as well. Andy for 2, Creepy for the 3rd. Vizsla evening it out. And what the hell just happened? He's in sight. Only one bullet needs to be landed on this one player. Kit loose 2v1. Andy taken care of by Evan, and that's the round confirmed. Oh, you cannot be losing those gunfights, JBA. God-given gift of a pick. Castle looks to be completely lost. Meets his maker, or we thought, but a quick flick will take care of JBA's head, and that will be around for CC, and a very well-deserved one, as they really brought that back from something that I did not expect would happen. They were being deprived of the utility. They had 3 boots on the ground to go up against, and they were dealing damage. You had 1 man in Heaven. You had just so much pressure building up to you, and just due to 1 man's blunder, the whole team of Obey paid the price, and now CC goes up yet again. My coffee seems to be enjoying this story as much as me. Right now, we are looking at a very interesting matchup. This is Obey's map if you guys are just tuning in right now. It is going to be crucial if they lose this, because we head on over to Nighthaven Labs if they win or lose regardless. We're still going to Nighthaven Maps, but it is going to be a very different story if CC can snatch this map away from Obey. Because if they do, oh wow, we are going to be in for a interesting series point. I still don't think, till this day, I have seen CC lose Nighthaven. I've seen them go to 6-4 match point, 6-3 match point, and still manage to make a comeback and win it in overtime. Completely unchallengable on that one map. Hopefully it's not going to have to resort to this, where CC are going to have a 2-map advantage on Obey. That's getting ahead of ourselves here. Right now, Obey, they still have a very easy point to prove. It's 1 round standing in between them and tying it up. 3 rounds from getting to that match point. It was a very doable task. The question is this roster up for the task? Right now, not so, as 1 kill goes in the favor of Abolish, but why swing that DMR? A stim, 3 stims were waiting for him, but he decides to go for the clip, and he will get deprived of his body. That's another as Bars gets taken care of. No kills for him indeed, giving Obey now the man advantage. He gives them a little bit of room to breathe as they can take a second, say, what do we need to do, and start to work towards it. You can slow down, you can execute step by step, but no soft reaches coming in here for Obey is going to make this execution a little bit harder here. What are you aiming at, Castle? Almost suffering if JBA didn't just stick his face out. He's planting the bomb. Not a single person aware except for Vizsla, and he will be sticking it. Everybody running at the bodies. Castle getting stuck on the reload and quickly turning at the wrong time. And what a beautiful round coming in here from Obey. They recognized there was a gap once Abolish was taken out. They capitalized, waltzed in, and got the plant down while they had their fraggers frag and everybody else use their utility. Beautiful round. Nothing to speak on there for Obey. That was textbook Siege, and CC lacked a response as they lost the round, and now it's 4-all. They are going to take up, for the first time, the kitchen hold. It's very important that they don't lose the first pick, or picks, plural. We saw Abolish get 1, get 2, but you get instantly refragged. That aggression is high risk, high reward, but the only result that we saw was high risk, no reward. He got a pick, but what happened from there? His team got picked off 1 by 1. Cafe is just one of those maps where that happens. You need to play as a team. You need to play as a uniform before you get picked off 1 by 1 and allow the attackers to find the gap in your holds. And that's exactly what's happening here as Obey. Beautiful read by their IGL to get in, get the bomb down, and eventually win them the round. Scopos picked for the first time, and I don't see too much Scopos gameplay, so I am excited to see how Evan will be able to do this. Can he do it in a timely fashion, though? Because this game is all about sticking to the time frames. The first minute is attacker prep. The next is going to be, can you find a kill, or can you decide to force these defenders in certain corners? And then that last minute is either go for gunfights, chow the players, or find the gap of the hold. But right now, the gap was not attending to these windows, as Evan will find a first kill and take care of JBA. Flanked watch completely taken care of, and all 4 track stingers were in the pocket at the time of death. So, a lot of utility being deprived here, but Andy somehow just waltzes in through Whiskey, gets an easy kill onto Stargazer, and now evens up the board. We have not been seeing great setups here for downstairs. This triple wall not being set up at all is going to be crucial for these defenders, and is going to be brutal to have to deal with later in the round. Quick transfer back to site. Gets him a very easy kill, and just Obey prancing and dancing in sight as Andy gets 3. There is a punishment of not setting up site correctly, and you are paying it, as now they have reclaimed the lead. This game of cat and mouse is now going in the favor of Obey, as they are now finding the gaps very easily. They're just waltzing in. No castle on that double door, and honestly, you have to ask yourself, why not, if that freezer breach was double reinforced? But honestly, we are seeing CC start to fall apart here in terms of teamwork, and it's just not working out. They still have timeouts, 1 for each map. So the question is, are they going to be the bigger men and be able to take a second, take a look in perspective and see what's going on and what's going wrong for them? Or are they going to continue to try to brute force it through this first map? Because again, I've described the importance. If they can take this one map, they go to their own with a series lead. Right now, we're just not seeing the passion needed. You're letting Andy sort of walk all over you. His teammates supporting him. They get the utility. They drone. They do everything that is needed to be able to get in the site and get the bomb down. And right now, Obey is the team you should have to win this series, or this map specifically. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, because of these tasks that they are completing. They're doing textbook siege, and they're doing it step by step in a timely fashion. Needing some players to take the initiative is going to be the main idea for today. You have one player going 3 and 7, the next 5 and 7, and just taking a look at Obey, it is also very self-explanatory that both players, or both teams, are lacking the initiative. Castle getting a very cheeky kill here, but the angle just quite didn't line up for him. These are trying to get aggressive here. If Nomad were to hop up on this AC unit, she will die. But Stargazer's dealing damage regardless. He just swings anything that moves, and it's working out in his favor. Nomad knows better than to stick your face into something you've already been shot off of. And right now, do we have any boots on the ground? Cigar looking to be open season, but the breach hasn't been opened yet. Rotero charge is being used. The question is to get the hatches. You haven't brought that shotgun. The breach going to be denied by a singular jammer. Evan here knows he's protected the drones. Also going to be impossible to get to that situation unless you bring it in from Cigar far corner. The question is, who's going to be more up for the task? Abolish. You have somebody on the verticality just waiting ever so patiently. DMR in pocket. 2 shots to the chest, and you are going to be severely deprived of your health. How patient are you, Abolish? As the clock slowly ticks, we have gotten past the 1:30 mark, and lots to be done here. No could be giving it up, and Abolish still going to be safe to see another day. Piano is going to be the main idea. Evan, you stood up too late and you get taken care of. Caught on a drone, no one to help you, and that is going to be the main plant denial taken care of. Andy just completely floating, almost finding a second kill, but Abolish's quick reflexes save him. Abolish, quick kill, gets one, almost finds the second, but double teamed from the long angle all the way into Piano, and that is why you need to have that wall fully opened up if you are running that Mira strat. What are you looking at? Gazer completely lost the plot here. Wide Swing is completely unaware that there's people approaching slowly. Quickie managing to win his gunfight, but not well enough. A TK ensues, but they still have a two-man advantage regardless. So much to be done here. Are you up for the task? Headshot not quite seen. You need to land those first bullet headshots. If you're going to take out Andy, you have to do it at the first opportunity that presents, or you are going to be swiftly taken out, as that is exactly what happens. And now we move on to the match point for Obey. Very well played round out here. Very confusing to see the action that's going down here on white. Stargazer just wide swings, completely disregarding that play from Cigar. That one wall being reinforced in the deep freezer is going to be a very, very big costly factor of that round loss. You don't have that full perspective all the way into Grand Piano. It protects your Mira for longer, but at what cost? You got two of your teammates sacrificed, and that is just not an outcome you can afford, especially in a grand final. I feel like Evan's operator picks here are like be playing Siege back in year 5, spamming the random shuffle operator. There's been no trend for him. There's been no trend for the operators he's been picking. Just kind of feels like he's trying to find his groove, and right now it just hasn't been happening. You have players that have been doing their job, and you have Evan who's been getting occasional kills, but he's really just trying to find that one operator that'll do him a favor and get him some kills, but right now we are just not seeing that. He's played Echo, he's played Moz, he's played Scopos. Right now we're just not seeing any return on investment from it. Oh, Abolish, don't you do it. Claymore, not prepped. He has two very easy kills here. Just oh no. Oh no. He had two very easy kills, but decides to just, you know, punch out the window. And that's the safer approach, and I respect it because he would have gotten traded out eventually. But right now, 5v5 as it stands, and they have completely abandoned the idea of bringing a shield into Cocktail. Smoke grenade looking to cover out the angle, and it actually worked out. Beautiful use of utility here as JBA is granted access into Ticket, into the general area, and now they can start to formally build up their site. But shot off the flank, Evan finding his groove. C4 finds one, and now Vizsla finding a refrag here to completely deny any form of evening out the bodies. Kit is loose. Where is it? Did they leave it on the roof? The kit on the roof. You can waltz in for the gunfights here, but does CC know that this case is loose? No, you don't, and you still leave your team in a 1vx. Just why? Just why, Evan? You swung it, you didn't win it, and that is going to be all of the hard work he did earlier in the game to be completely dismantled by one team. And that will be map 1 completely done and dusted and going in the favor of Obey, and very well played, may I add. What a game. Both teams stepped up to the task. We've seen CC run them for their money for that first half of the game, completely falling apart. You have fraggers who just cannot find the frags. You have the support players getting absolutely pressured. And even when you have those heroic plays, they couldn't even pinch out that one round. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a best out of 5 series, so keep your hats on your head. Do a jumping jack, a push-up, whatever form of exercise you're interested in. Grab a snack, hydrate up, and we will be back after a short break. bring back to you, ladies and gentlemen, map 2 of the series. It only took 5 minutes. I don't think I took too much time. You guys think that? No. Finally, they fixed PC. I'm not going to doubt it because it might crash on us again, but they fixed the PC bans. Now, it happens now in the prep phase. We are ready. The lights are set. The stage is set. Map 2, CC's own map. They're going to be attacking on it, which is a little bit of a disadvantage, but they get to play their own map. Do they have a response for Obey's win, or are we going to see them just lay down and see them get trampled on and get taken out of the series? As if they do lose this, they move on to the series point where our map 3, if I'm not mistaken, is... I can't remember. Let's take a look at the map that is ahead of us for the day. It is Clubhouse. I'm not an idiot. But we are going to be heading on to Clubhouse, regardless if it's series point or not. The question is CC going to be hungry on their own map? Are they going to end their own little winning streak on their own map? Or are they going to continue that and push this series a little bit further? Because the earliest we can end if CC win this is either round 4 or round 5 or map 4 or map 5. So we're going to be in for a bit of an interesting game. I will get my stupid face out of your way, and we are now around the ending phases of this ban phase. Fenrir taking a 100% ban rate in both games now. Vigil not being a fan favorite, I'm seeing, and Blackbeard. A little bit interesting here. Blitz getting taken care of as well. Maybe that pressure is not needed, but on a cast I was doing earlier today on the ESA Cup, we have been seeing so many shield ops getting banned here. Yes, the shield ops are meta, but is it worth 2 attacking bans? They do have map control, but is it worth sacrificing the 2 operators you can ban that have roam control, such as Dokkaebi and Jackal? They're very crucial. Question is it worth only banning shield ops? Rook, a little bit of an interesting call, maybe just bringing him for the ACOG, but nevertheless, the stage set for the first round, and CC, oh, so many impressions left to make. Right now, we're not seeing that Capitao, the traditional Capitao coming in here from Quickie, as he usually plays it for the electrical window to flush out anybody getting close, but right now, not seen. Abolish Classic on Ashe, that spear entry. Gazer is now going to be playing Thermite instead of Vizsla, and Vizsla is going to be playing on on Ace instead of the Thermite. Because of this Ashe, she will be easier to use and manipulate this breach, but right now, no wall deny is going to be brought, meaning CC is going to have a field day trying to open up these walls. Interesting stutter blunder. Again, little to no resistance is going to be very, very crucial for this team here. Mira is being brought, but she's not going to be placed here on the connector wall. You'll have one facing into garage, and where the hell is the second one? Maybe playing crouched on the connector bridge. It'll be placed on the breach. Yes, it will be, meaning it is going to be a absolute death threat trying to get close to this. Popping the mirror, meaning anybody who pops it and tosses a C4 has a very easy kill on his hands. Mira looking to get active here and might actually be visible from those stairs if IQ completely leans left here. Evan just needs to clear his bases. That drone clearing is going to know exactly where he will be playing from. The C4 is going to have to either deny the breach or do. But wow, very preliminary toss of a C4 is going to get rid of Mira's utility and essentially kind of trap her in this corner. She has the backup needed from Rafters, but right now it is going to be needed to be played better, because that's exactly what is going to happen if you cannot play well. First blood in the favor CC. They'll get one. Quickie grabbing that control of electrical now. Has one more door to achieve, but what a quick shot by JBA to adapt, to get a pick and even it out. Quickly denied by Abolish as he gets the next kill. Vizsla for the third, and now they are finding their groove. Do we expect anything else from CC on their own map? They know what they want to do. They have that clear vision. Free Fire almost clears out here, but that G8A1, not something you want to contest. Powerful weapon, ACOG on hand, and Evan will find 3 kills to call the round for his team. was gonna go down, but no need for all of that formality, as you have one man with an ACOG and a suppressor to call that round. CC's Obey looking to retry that round, and hopefully they don't bring a rook and his useless utility, so let's see how they'll approach it the second time around, and hopefully they'll bring a wall deny, which we are not currently seeing. They'll be re-attempting this site, and it's all about second chances here. We've heard third time's the charm. No, Obey scratching off that motto, and they're going to be going for the second time. They've brought that Legion shotgun. Very lethal for anybody trying to contest this electrical window. Lots to be done here for Obey in a very possible mission. The main idea is they don't let CC grow this round differential as they are on attack, because if they do, defending this map is like a piece of butter melting compared to having to attack. CC is just so well trained on this map that it looks a little bit easier. They make it look very simple. Obey completely ditching the Mira and going for a little bit of a trap-heavy setup. They have the Legion, they have the Goyo, and they are going to bring the grenades, the utility, the projectile denial here to make sure that they don't get taken out as easily as before, because Cookie just threw in 2 frag grenades and took care of business. Andy finding one. Lots to be done here. You can't call the round quite yet, but first blood onto Andy. One of the most respected fraggers on this team. He gets the job done when needed, but he has not had the greatest of 2 rounds on this map. Connector getting opened up very easily still. Doesn't matter, soft, hard. It does not matter. Gets quite opened up with no denial, because guess what? They brought that kite, but he's dead, so there will be no sorts of tricking. Evan finds a kill of his own onto Raptors and will take care of Bars. Thatcher grenade and the shots from IQ from below make sure this breach will get opened up again with little to no protest. Defenders now focused on keeping Connector and Electrical closed. We see teams reinforce off this rotate to try to avoid this amount of control, but right now, that's just not something on Obey's chopping block. That shotgun coming in here from Legion might be something that'll be crucial to use later in the round, but he just has to make sure he doesn't get spam droned and have projectiles flying at his head. Flash is the only thing that can really throw him off, but there are ADS here to protect him. Free fire a little bit too early here from JBA. Very early free fire. Evan just murdering anybody that walks into his crosshairs, and that's a flawless round here as Evan finds another 3K. He's just simply a man you do not want to contest, and he makes that quite clear. CC for 2 rounds, and if they keep building up this streak, we are going to be seeing a very, very easy defense for them. Only 2 rounds though, so we can't say anything for certain, but in this pathway, CC is destroying anybody who tries to contest them, and it is working for them quite beautifully, and this is exactly why it is their map. Basement going to be the main name of the game this time around. Quite an interesting Kiba barrier here. I'm a little intrigued to see how this is going to work out for them. But a cargo hold, not out of the ordinary, especially if they're going to have a mirror here facing into Animus. But the question is, can they hold on long enough upstairs to be able to call cargo their home, their main denial point? Because we see teams reinforce off the XOH, take Lounge on for themselves, and proceed to stay in this area of the map to play vertical on the breach and to deny anybody trying to play from that 3rd floor, but that's just not something we are going to see. Right now, they have the main idea. They extended out into kitchen. One man softing into lounge, but this means if anybody walks into warehouse, it is anybody's game. You have this Azami soft playing upstairs, but there's just so many angles that you can fall short from. Creepy finally finding blood for himself, getting the first kill of this game for himself and for his team, as he will take care of Evan, that man who completely takes care of anybody. But short-lived fantasy as Abolish executes him. Quick flank here from Andy, gets him also his own first kill. He will be next on the chopping block to find. Aggression here from Stargazer is going to have Andy at a quick pinch because he cannot run to those stairs without revealing himself and his body. Andy needs to be taken care of before he becomes a problem. You need to check the corners here, and Thatcher does know. Quick free fire will save himself. Surprisingly, will fall as well, and that will be your Thatcher completely taken care of. Andy now has full vertical established as well, and did the ramp see that shotgun? Yes, she did, and that will be the R4C to only hit the I-beams. Nothing dealt. What is Azami doing? JBA, he's looking a little lost this series. Completely lost, but doesn't matter. His team jumps on the opportunity to deprive CC of their third round in a row, and they will claim everybody to make it a 1v3. Stargazer having a lot to do, but cannot overcome the first obstacle. A little bit of toxicity coming here from Snoozy, as he will snooze anybody trying to contest him onto Exo. Obey finding their first round and closing out this differential to now just 1. Can they continue on the streak, or are we going to continue to see Wild Boy CC completely revamp, refresh, and continue the velocity pushes that they were bringing in here, the quick ones that make no sense, but will all string together later in the rounds after Evan has murdered everybody and the breaches have all been opened? Scopos yet again. This time Andy's going to be on it. I think we're starting to approach the record mark for the amount of times I have seen Scopos in the grand final. I think the record's on 3 now in all the maps, and right now we're approaching 2 by the second map. Yes, the transferability and the reset of HP is very, very well played out, and it's very good for your team, but it's just something that is a little hard to grasp your head around. You're losing utility for a teleporting robot. A little hard to believe, but it is what it is. Andy almost finding first blood here. Abolish versus Andy, 2 prolific fraggers, but headshot onto Andy will claim his life, and that is 1 roamer completely dealt with very early on, and I'm pretty sure it is the only roamer that is on the board. Thatcher present, IQ also present. This breach should be very easy to get here, but do they know that there's a man bandit trick? Very easy bandit trick. Siege 101, do not place your exothermics onto the middle wall, because regardless of where he puts that shock battery, it will be detected. Mira, what is this interesting play here? Do not go gentle into that good night. Seems to be the only good quote here, because it looks like Obey is here. They're here to play. This C4 will catch Evan off guard if he does fall for it. But Abolish now claiming so much land, so much territory of this map. He should have a nice little buffer and allow his team to reset, try to find the breach, and just relax until that is done. Evan essentially just looking to get the electric shocks off the wall, but kind of getting a little bit of a 2-for-1 special as he takes care of JBA and his utility. Utility, Mira, doesn't get popped, just punched, but Bars finds a kill of his own, getting aggressive onto electrical. That's exactly what you need when you go down 2 bodies. Snoozy having a little bit of ring around the rosy, and you still lose to the pistol in the hands of the man himself, Abolish, but that just doesn't stop Bars from getting more kills on his own. Mira dropping, easy C4 kill. Abolish just knows how this man eyes in the back of his head, and that will be his 3rd kill for this round. He knows exactly what is going to happen. He reads it. Eyes at the back of the head is exactly what just happened there, and that's why he has 3 kills. Trying to funnel in towards site. He will be the only one pushing in towards DC. Oh, be careful. You cannot allow him to isolate 2 1v1s here. Stargazer doubled up with him, but the kit is loose, and you need to find a very easy frag here. And quick peeking here. A little bit of ring around the rosy. Gazer prioritizing that flashbang. Oh my god, there's no way you allow him to do it. No way. Abolish a fragger, but low and lower than creepy, and that is a lot to say with a high fire rate weapon to deal with here. Swinging out, Abolish. Are you fast enough to react? Dealing damage, but not taking any, and you will clutch it. If I had anybody to trust in a situation where it is a 1vx, it'll be Abolish. But you're up 3 bodies. Not around that should be this close. But CC, regardless, remained victorious of the round. The tie rejected, and the scoreline will be 3-1 as we approach the dying moments of this defender switch. I guess upstairs is going to be the next idea for them, but instead of going Scopos, instead of going Goyo, he's gonna hop on Caviera. And he thinks this is ranked. I am speechless. Waldenai and Mira being brought yet again, but right now, this setup is going to lack substance, having a man so far away looking to get a nice flank in. It might work. It just might if they go for a full DC EXO meeting take. It will be very imperative for them. But right now, that is going to be a setup that is going to come straight from hell. Because if they get these breaches opened up very quickly, these defenders are going to have so much to deal with so early on in the round. Stargazer, it looks like he kind of has a feeling that he knows that there's a man roaming. Caviar just below. Vizsla doesn't check it. Oh, this is going to be a horrific round if we don't check our corners. I know that pre-placed drone might help out, but it is just not enough to find out where this Cav is going because she is flanking and she will win the first gunfight. Andy going down to 1 HP. Quick trade, though, doesn't really matter because Creepy is going to be found and JBA the next. Andy, 1 HP, meaning he needs to go back to site. He has a pistol and a shotgun. At this range, that's going to be dreadful to deal with. No vertical C4s, and these attackers can just cool on to the site because there's only 2 bodies present and 4 attacking bodies waiting. Stargazer seems to be very patient, though. He thinks he has his eyes on something, and I wouldn't fault him. It looks like he's waiting, and this might work for him. Oh, just look at that siege timing. He had an easy kill, and he was robbed of it by 2 seconds. Wiki just staring off into nothingness, you know, just adoring the Night Haven logo. The breach still is not going to be opened. Snoozy's not even near it. You just have to go for it. And there we go. Now we will figure out that there's nobody here to deny the breach. Opened up quite easily. No C4s in this bandit's hand. Only next to Bars, and Andy is going to be watching this connector breach from below. Lots to be done, and it goes for both teams here. It doesn't matter how many man advantages you have. You need to drone. A minute 13 is plenty of time for either you to make a blunder or for you to just flawlessly and seamlessly take this round. Drone still finding Andy. He is getting pinched here, and he will be forced back up to site. But Bars trying to prolong this. Snoozy, what a quick shot here. I said it. You cannot expect to go easy and gentle into that good night, as 2 very easy kills puts them ahead for a quick second before the quick refrag puts them at a deficit here. Evan going down to that cap pistol, but quickly refragged. The res is going to be quite simple, quite easy. Vizsla reading it, but the quick shot. There is no way you lose that gunfight. A 4v2, and the quick shot from the bandit claims the round, and that is not one you want to have recorded. That is going to be an embarrassing moment to watch back in the VOD. Up 2 bodies, plenty of time, plenty of utility and drones, and somehow you will fall short to obey. little bit interesting here. That was not even interesting. You can't, as a caster, you can't talk too much shit because that'll either cause the caster's curse where one team decides to go on a horrible run, or somebody gets their feelings hurt. But CC need to wake up. That timeout needs to be called. A wake-up call. Some form of electricity needs to be found because we're seeing the passion from them. You have Evan ripping through the teams with this singular G8. He's 7-3. Abolish is 7-2. But where are the responses from everybody else? Vizsla is mid-table, 4-3, doing his job. But right now, we cannot be seeing 4v1s. We cannot be seeing 3v1s get isolated into 1v1v1 situations, because when we do that, it's not essentially a 1vx. It's essentially a 1v1v however many people are alive. And that is going to be a problem that CC needs to tackle, because that's something we have seen 2 rounds now in a row. This, regardless, though, will be the last round they will be attacking, meaning they'll have it a little bit easier on defense, but that is still not an excuse that they should be making for themselves. Right now, Andy has been located on a drone, and he should have a very easy kill here if he doesn't realize that there is a drone directly on him. Somebody needs to capitalize on him. Snoozy is going to apply that quick waterfall run up, but somebody just needs to kill Andy here. You'd have to imagine he's still on those live pings. No matter where he rotates, Abolish tasked with finding him. Again, we were speaking on the polished factor of roaming, and right now, Andy has it down, but doesn't from round to round, and Abolish is going to drone up, but why not just keep their drone fixed on Andy? That was an easy first pick that they are going to be starved up off. A minute 55 burnt off the clock, and still lots to be done here. Goyo playing aggressive. You have so many roamers. At what point are you going to disregard and go for the main bridge? Because right now, we are not seeing that at all. First blood is going to be the hard breacher. Just, oh no. You cannot be losing the bodies like that. Just, again, something needs to be done here. A mental reset of some sorts as Obey are starting to wake up here. They're prancing on every single opportunity, growing their lead to a 2v5. Vizsla trying to shrink it, but getting taken out to 1 HP after he finds a singular kill. Abolish finding a kill of his own. 2v3 and then a 1v3 as Snoozy finds some of his own. Kit loose a minute 15. Abolish get off the ground, but you will narrowly win that gunfight. Enough HP to be able to clutch here. 1v1 on site. There's no way JBA decides to swing this. Surely, right? As the case, just needs to check the corners here. And Valkyrie giving away her position and will win the gunfight regardless. Walks right into that pre-fire, and honestly, CC gave up a lead that they could have dreamed up. They could have went 5-1, 6-0 up, but they didn't. That first 3-round lead just completely has dissolved due to no droning, due to the coordination just being completely lost. And that will be put at a 3-all as CC will head on to defense. Both teams here very much passionate about taking this first season of Champions League home with their hands held up high. But right now, yikes. Obey has a map in hand, and right now they've made a comeback on the opposition's map pick, and they are looking like your clear fan favorites as the predictions also go in their favor. So, can CC prove everybody wrong, or are we going to see series point right after this map? Andy, don't you do it. French shotgun in his hand with one of the most broken abilities, essentially wall hacks of some sort. Very broken here. Maverick being brought, but a little too late as he will get a very easy trick. Creepy meeting his maker and a little bit of an easy trade as Evan gets taken care of. Quickie aiming a little too high and failing to adapt. Why are we playing aggressive? Your teammate just got refragged. Why are you expecting a double? Quickie traded out very easily. Creepy emerging victorious from his own gunfight, and now 2 bodies, now one being stuck in IT, and the other having to fend off this pressure from meeting. Call Vizsla Michael Jordan on the front doorstep of Bars. A quick response here, and he has now evened it out. JBA getting taken care of, Mira being popped. What the hell? Creepy booting up Clash of Clans mid-game, taken care of, and that 5v2 has quickly turned into a 2v1. And what is up with these bodies being thrown down here? SinoTwtch looking to waltz in here, and that's exactly what he'll do, but shut out instantly by Stargazer. That was potentially... Wow. No, I'm at a loss of words. That was potentially one of the weirdest / worst rounds of Siege I have ever watched. Hops on a camera mid-connector and just calls it a day. 4 bodies thrown. Round goes in CC as they narrowly maintain their lead. Now they're forced to go downstairs, and an exo push seems to be imminent as we do see the shield op being brought, and so is the Ash. I'm at a loss of words now. They will be simply just. I feel like that is the only term that I can use. Lots to be done for both teams. CC kind of tended to the call there. They got aggressive when needed. They swung when needed, and it worked out in their favor. But you also have to give credit to Obey for completely falling asleep at the wheel. Evan just really aggressive, huh? This guy swings anything that breathes, and it hasn't been really working out last map, but now he's thriving off of it with an 8 and 5 next to his name. Verticality going to be established as he will send in 1 man, and what you saw him, and that is a quick run out by Evan. Quick refrag though. JBA really shooting the body, but was it really worth all of that toxicity? Because there is still so much to be done, and you are down on rounds. Breach has been opened. No Mira and 1 man in sight, but they have verticality established, so hopping in is not as easy as they think it is. Monty, for some reason, on the 3rd floor, no assistance, and if he is by himself, he is going to have a difficult time. Quickie gifted the opportunity to shoot that Monty's legs out, but doesn't prance on it quick enough. Monty is now being that human drone here for the attackers, finding the pings, locating everybody. Is going to get a little aggressive here. Goyo having a lot of pressure to deal with. Somebody help the man out, and there's no way you lose it, Vizsla. You need to lock in as Monty finds a kill. Gazer with a quick response. They are flooding sight. They've recognized verticality is not something that is obtainable easily, so they're just gonna fly in for sight. Plant going down. Lots to be done here. Monty just sticking the plant. SinoTwtch, just somebody help your own team out. This is what I mean. Obey plays aggressive 1 round, and they'll find it regardless of what happens, and he will be picked off. Those feed holes are almost unchallengable. No matter where you are, it's no contest if you're the one walking down cargo, and it's kind of ironic that he's the one that made those feed holes. CC lose yet another interesting round to have it tied up at 4-4. Obey look more hungry here, I just have to say. It doesn't matter what blunders they make. It doesn't matter what rounds they lose because they're always here for the next one. CC kind of just bipolar. They're on and off, and that's just not something that you want to see when you are trying to secure a grand final. Two rounds shy away from the match point for both teams here. And this was the turning point we saw at last map where Obey kind of just got into that flow state and locked in their next 2 rounds to confirm. But anything can happen, I feel like, on defense Nighthaven, especially when you have the upper hand. So, again, everything is open for interpretation, but DC really need to wake up here, and the fact that they've called no timeout is going to be absolutely brutal. Andy actually playing very well on Monty, I have to say so myself. Essential pressure that he's been bringing has been actually helping his team get kills. Very easy ones, I may add. And that quick extension by Monty going to make him lose some health, but you have to be aware of the reason that he is just trying to draw you in. Hey, look at me, as everybody else looks to try to advance and find an easy kill. Kit loose. Do they know this? Second round we've seen in 2 maps where the case has been completely left unattended. These guys could go back, seek refuge in sight for the rest of the round, and it wouldn't matter. Stargazer, though, takes that memo and shreds it up and still get a first kill. Traded out instantly, and Vizsla will win his maker as well. That is a loss of control oh so easily. Evan for 1, Evan for 2, and Quickie will find a kill of his own, and it's a 3v1, but now the opposite, as CC have claimed the advantage for themselves. Just pop the stim and play your time. So much things to do, and right now, playing time is one of them. You can switch your drones and have 100 HP, but Evan doesn't look like that's going to be the main idea for him. They have life pings on him. The case is loose. Barf's being put in an absolute horrible spot. Wow, he actually gets that transfer off. Looking like he emerged out of World War II, fighting in the trenches, but piercing and threading that needle from a distance, taking care of Quickie. And now you definitely need to play your time, as there is no way in hell. I was going to say there's no way in hell you allow him to isolate 2 1v1s, but different plans here for Abolish, as he honestly will swing anything, as we can so clearly see. CC edging closer to that match point, as they are now 1 round shy. Upstairs, rotation parameter will unlock it yet again. A little bit of a narrow round. Honestly, I don't want to say it was luck, because some of that was skill with the ability to be able to take the initiative and swing, but a round that came straight from Obey's blunders is something that we do call very, very graceful. Obey have not won this site yet, so that is going to be something that is on their chopping block, and CC just need to continue to do what they were doing before and just win rounds, because if they can, we're pushing map 3 at a tied push. So much left to do for both teams. CC just starting, Obey just trying to make this end faster. And essentially, congratulations to the Wild Boys org, because no matter who wins this, the Wild Boys org is going to have another championship in their pocket. But right now, it's all about what team is better within the organization. Obey, one of those teams where they either go 100% or they take a step back and take their time to drone out and find their utility. And right now, it looks like that's going to be the former. You have 2 players waiting to get aggressive, and the other one is just waiting to get the walls open so then they can get aggressive. Again, nobody really tending here to connector. Nobody's in electrical. Where the hell are the defenders? Andy taking a heavy amount of damage, trying to walk in here from the rafters. Mute looking completely unaware here, but that one shotgun is going to be enough to seal Andy's fate, and he knows there's somebody on that staircase, and he will take him down to 1 HP. Abolish, destroying whoever walks into his crosshair, and that'll be JBA to be taken care of. The bullet shock will allow Andy to be slightly immobilized, but it will wear off. Vizsla now being tasked with just denying meeting and the connector area. C4 raining in, and right now they are just doing insane amounts of damage here to the attacking team. Stargazer helping a buddy out. Evan doing the same, ridding of the pressure coming in here from meeting. One man outside of meeting, and now he has to either walk in or isolate the gunfights. Andy at 1 HP over here. Creepy, trying to prolong the end of this round. He's at 100 HP. He has the ability to do one thing. What the hell? How do you not kill him? Just hold down the mag. Vizsla, Siege developers, straight on CC's side as they are deprived of a very easy kill, and now they are rid of that easy pressure into the building. Andy somehow winning that gunfight, but a double kill for Stargazer gives him, if I'm not mistaken, 4 kills this round very easily. 6-4 match point. Ladies and gentlemen, where have we seen this story before? They are gonna go back to a tie if they continue to play like this. Again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I still have yet to see CC lose this map specifically. But again, there's still lots to be done here as they will head on to Clubhouse next, which is anybody's game, but it is Obey's map pick. So lots to be done, and I'm quite excited to see how they're gonna play it out. They are going to completely disregard that basement site. It will be kitchen as the next obtainable site. And if they can seal this one round, we are heading on to map 3 with the score being 1-1. A little bit of an interesting hold here. I'm just taking a second to try to get familiarized with the strategy. Frost being brought, also normal, being brought to deny the area of meeting. Where is the shield? Exactly where you would expect it to be. No Jaeger or Womai, meaning any resistance coming in here from the Ash is going to be a very easy, evened out kill here, but it looks like they are very passionate about keeping upstairs held down. Quickly has his connector wall, double reinforced. He has a rotate into lounge, and Evan will be first blood here as Andy capitalizes. Haven't seen much of him this game as he has been primarily on shields, but right now it's going to be a little interesting as they are deprived of their first blood, and Evan not fragging out how you would expect him to. D4 raining in. Boom! Vizsla for 1. Quickie for the next. Quick refrag as they do trade, actually. And it is going to be all even now. Ram gone. So is the Dokkaebi. No access to calls. And 2 boogie drones go down with that Ram in pocket. You have now left your top 2 fraggers and 1 player in the lower mid to be able to try to find 1 round to try to stop the end of this game. The breach getting opened up with little to no resistance, and right now it looks like a pull up onto meeting is going to be the main idea here. Quick stim, make sure nothing ever happened to Vizsla, patches him up nice and easy. You look away at the wrong second here, and now he will still thread that needle regardless of siege timing. Abolish still capitalizing though. JBA going down, finished off by Abolish. 13 kills going next to his name. This guy's a demon. Ends out the round. Make it 14 as he is floating. And that will be CC's map to send us to map 3, Clubhouse, on a tie. little interesting here. Wasn't really expecting that coming in here from CC. We saw them have a little bit of a shaky moment or two on this map, but the most important thing is they did prevail. Just wow. This has been absolute cinema for the first two maps. We're going to head on into Clubhouse, and it's great to say that this series isn't going to only end in 3 maps. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned in. If you haven't already considered following, please do. It does appreciate and help out the stream, and I will be forever grateful for that. Keep your hats on your heads, grab a snack, hydrate up, and we will be back after a short break. Peace. These breaks look to get shorter and shorter by the round. Map 3, Absolute Cinema sending us at 1-1, meaning whoever wins this will go on to series point and then hopefully take that third map completely locked in. So, as these bands will rein in, let's take a look at the map that's ahead of us for the day.
Welcome to the Animus. Remember that the compelling events you will experience.
Interesting bands here, and nothing too out of the ordinary. Blackbeard gone, Dokkaebi gone. What is new, Scooby-Doo? Right now, that is Andy and Devin, or Evan, whatever the hell you like to call him, deprived of one of their fragger operators. Still, lots to be done. It's a clubhouse map. It's one of those where both teams, whether they're on attack or defense, they have the opportunity to be able to take it home with one map in pocket so they can go on to the next feeling a little bit eased up. This is going to be Obey's pick, so this is going to be absolutely crucial. If you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a best out of 3 series, and the maps that we have ahead of us and the ones that were behind us is the first one being Cafe, where Obey shut it out 7-4, and then with a response coming in here in Naheven Labs from CC, another 7-4, and now we head on to Clubhouse for Obey, and hopefully they can either lock it in or show us a little bit of competition here. First site being the basement. I've been really loving that Scopos pick, maybe because of that health reset, so you can kind of swing mindlessly, because unless you get headshotted, you have an instant refresh, no dock stim needed. But again, one of those picks where I really do question, is it really worth it? Because there's just so much more you could be providing to your team. But you have a man like Vizsla on your team, the man who is like a kettlebell to a balloon arch. He is the man that will hold everybody down. He'll play support every single time, and he will either frag out or stay mid-table. Hatch being soft is going to be a problem, though, and Evan getting his head chopped off is definitely going to be a bigger problem. Obey prevailing first round. Hatch, no competition here. We're really wondering what happened there. Andy looking to play verticality here, but the question is, how long is he going to take before he starts to do it? Because he is doing very well on time. 2 minutes 10 left on the clock, 40 seconds in, and they've gotten a first pick, control of one hatch, and the other one has little to no competition. No roamers, and they are in a great place, but not in a great place for long. Is that Vector coming out here from Quick? He gets in the first pick for his team, and that's first blood for both teams on this map, and they're sitting at a slightly better position now. If I'm not mistaken, there is a Banshee somewhere on these stairs, but it's getting quickly disengaged as Striker needs to do something here. The Volcan can be popped. They can do a number of things on this specific site. No Ash being brought as she has been chopped off early in the round. That's going to be critical for these Miras, but a Fallish, you are better than falling for that, and the Vulcans are going to delay the fall and drop of the hatches, but going down a pick is going to be absolutely rough. Quick kill from Snoozy on the double. Are you guys completely unaware that verticality exists? Snoozy just waltzing in the site here. Stargazer really trying to stop this from being a pool up of kills. One man left though, and Moto will be shut out. 1v2 makes this much more manageable, but being left on the drones makes it harder to deal with. Barsh at 1 HP. This is something that is possible. This win is obtainable. You just have to find the right shots, the right kills. And the question is, are you up for the task? You could have had the easiest, the best clutch, but it'll just fall short. Your teammates fell through verticality, and that is just not a round you want to have. Notes to take, though. Maybe don't spawn peek. Maybe don't leave the hatches soft, and this will be a lot better to play out. They'll head on right back downstairs. They want to make sure they win this. Evan on a zombie this time. Doesn't look like he's messing around quite easily. No Kaid, he's banned. This hatch is going to get opened up quite easily. It's about how they can adapt. Are they going to have a 5-man bunker strat? We do see CC go downstairs a lot and bunker down every single time. So it's going to be quite interesting on how they're going to be playing. These Miras definitely have to be first on the chopping block, but right now, one of them has been chopped. Both of them chopped due to this Twitch drone. Doesn't even look for these Volcan canisters. The Mira completely popped, meaning they have lost the advantage. If these hatches get open, we are going to be in for a very troubling round here. Vizsla has decided to have the better judgment here, and this is why you need a player who knows what they're doing within the site. Yes, you can have players that play and swing everything, but who would have reinforced this wall? Vizsla, with that quick decision, has saved his team a bunch of time here, and now they just need to focus on maintaining their bodies and keeping themselves relatively spread out to be able to get themselves kills and prevent themselves from falling. All quiet on the Western Front, but we know when these seconds go quiet, it is exactly when the action is about to start coming through here. That is in a completely uncontestable angle. There is no way you can manage to win that. I don't care who you are. JBA getting traded out, Andy losing his life as well. Double kill here for Bars. Creepy taking care of business. Quickie and Vizsla. C4 and Vector to take care of business as well. That 45 ACP does not play when it goes to headshots, and now Ace left in a 1vx situation. Volcan dropped on his head, and he is going to be forced to go to the hatch. Thought it was a little bit of a Christmas gift to swing that, but again, Abolish, one of those people that you really don't want to have to deal with when you get swung, and sadly, it was the man that was sticking his face up the hatch, and that'll be CC for a round of their own. And this is that map where you need to prioritize as many defensive picks as you can, because if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be better for Obey. If they switch on to defense with more rounds in hand, then CC's going to get starved out. This is Obey's map pick. Looking like they might be going for a little bit of a chaotic push here. We were seeing Andy on Yang, but looks like they're going to deviate from that path and just bring the shield off and the normal hard breachers. Breach has to get opened up here very soon. No Thatcher, but they will have this Ash, and if they have that Grog control, it should be very easy to be able to obtain. Maverick being brought here. Ash finding so much ground to cover. That breach getting opened up with little to no contest. They did shave off a minute here. And that's why we like to say that first minute is essential to playing safe. But playing safe is just not in the ideas of CC. You got a good kill, good job, but you have to cool it. You have to be mindful of the bodies you have, especially on defense. Evan finds Andy, but Quickie will pay the cost. For some reason, he was sticking his face out a door, and that is going to be the end of him before he can even use any of his utility. Abolish getting taken care of as well. JBA with that amazing pressure as well, and it just looks like they are going to pool up all of this pressure onto the construction door. Vizsla, quick kill. C4 does down him, and it'll be a 1v2. What a nice recovery. It's always Vizsla in these situations to find it. And this res is going to have to be found very quickly. There's no claymores. Doesn't really matter what happens here. Castle having the easy kill, but still allow him to res, and he will just take the easy path. Trying to get lucky here. Vizsla just going to remain in this corner. The question is, who is watching his cross? Castle paying attention to one window. Vizsla on the next. One's at 20 HP, and he'll be forced to hop in a window where his shield will be temporarily out of sight. That would be exactly what is happening. Vizsla! Vizsla doesn't slow down. Quick shots, and that is the benefit of having a man at 20 HP. You can turn around and hit shots like that. That'll be CC to grow and take the lead for the first time on this map. What an interesting flick there, Vizsla. Quick shots takes care of the shield off. That was a very, very interesting type of push here, but they allowed themselves to get soloed out, and that is the cost of a round, and now they're going to have to be forced to adapt. CC going to be the name of the game now, and they'll have Creepy on Amaru for some reason, so I'm quite interested to see how they'll be playing this out. CC, one of the most dreaded sites after bar and stage, just due to the external play here, the amount of pressure that can build up if you don't play it correctly. Right now, we are not seeing vertical play here by a Castle or any form of trying to keep Garage fully closed without helping the Sazami. She doesn't have Jaegers or Wamais, meaning Garage could be lost very easily here if they open up the Garage wall and use those Capital Flame Bolts very usefully. So, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting hold here for Gazer, and let's see how he'll manage to adapt. We've seen him do some crazy things, but I don't think he can evade Flame Bolts. C4 here for Quickie might have him get an easy kill. Is he going to be ready? He doesn't hear the C4 rip because it's already been replaced, and now the C4 getting thrown is going to get shot out. He would have had a better chance throwing it at feet level. Evan's whereabouts now known, meaning Capital is going to expect one man to come here, throw a bore. Maybe he's just going to use his can openers to open up Garage here. Where is Scopo? Should be the main idea here for these attackers. The impact trick is going to get rid of one exothermic. They have one more to get it right. Narrowly missing it, but the first blood goes in the favor of Stargazer, and Evan gets traded out very easily here to Andy. Andy for 2, as again, you cannot let a fragger do his thing this easily, and there's no way Stargazer doesn't get picked off here, and he does meet his maker. Triple kill here for Andy, as he will waltz up red stairs with little to no contest. Frostmat claims Bars's life, and there's still lots to be done here. They have to slow it down. They have to find the kill. They have to relieve the pressure, but there's no one waiting for him here on red. You're just gonna have him watching on the verticality here, and if he walks through that, he will be shot. Andy, you're a little late. And now, a pre-fire abolish. You had the opportunity to clutch it, but Bars, since he picked himself up, will prove himself, get an easy kill, and that'll be 2-all for both teams, as this game is really starting to go back and forth here with no really clear picture on who is going to take the next round, because this game has been full of surprises so far. Basement, that site, we've seen them lose once and then prevail the second time around after they learned from their mistakes. Surely you would have thought they would bring a mute because of that Twitch, but right now, just not something that we are seeing. Verticality has been something that they have been completely getting tossed on. They need to learn how to deny it, because right now, you have players like Andy and Creepy finding 2-3 kills off the verticality, and then by the time they get to site, everybody's dead and they have a very easy execute on their hands. Lots to be done here. 2-2. And we are at the most even point of this series so far. One map each. Same scoreline. 7-4 for each of the maps. One for each team. And 2 rounds apiece on this current map. And I have to say, CC is kind of holding out pretty well for the opposing team's map. But right now, you would expect more from them on defense. Gotta give the credit where credit is due, though. And that's exactly what I mean, as Quickie will find first blood, takes care of Andy. And that's no more crazy fragger left to go crazy. Impact trick hot. And is Quickie going to be the next one to look for the impact trick, or is this hatch going to get opened up with little to no contest? Getting a little risky here. JBA trying to find a kill for himself. He found a couple of them last time, but nothing is going to be on the board for him. He got one exact kill through verticality, and since then he's been a little bit of a quiet fellow. Losing mags, you have to be aware of how many bullets you use on these Kibba barriers, because they will keep regenerating. I think you will have one left by the time we get to the closest areas of site execute. But doesn't matter. He'll wide swing. Abolish is now let loose as he just swings out of the dirt breach and gets an easy kill. These players are being deprived. Moto goes down, and the last one will be Barce on the hatch. Evan seems to know that. Tell him whatever you'd like. A quick pick shot in the shoulder is enough to call it quits. He meets his maker. Flawless round, completely avoided, but now approaching the 1-minute marker, and there's 4 bodies to deal with, and absolutely no leeway in your favor. Right now, trying to find the pick. You know there's a man on the Mira. No matter the live pings, you are still going to be beamed. How is Malusi not dead? Abolish taking the position of trying to play a little bit more passive. Completely evades these high fees, and he'll be completely set up for the easiest kill of his life, as now we approach the last round of defense for CC. Haven't seen much from JBA here. Kind of just getting wide swung every round and kind of just accepting it. Really not going in his favor. But still, this game is anyone's... It's up for grabs is what I meant to say. Just had a quick stroke there. But we've reeled it back in. Both teams playing very, very well. But it's all about who's more hungry. And right now, CC seeming to get more and more aggressive the more rounds they get closer and closer to the end of this series. We saw a couple of interesting plays, but you have support players such as Vizsla not scared to swing at anything, as we've seen him on this site last time around, getting a quick 2-piece to give his team the lead yet again. Right now, we need to see that initiative coming in here from Obey, or they're just going to lie down and get deprived of all of the rounds possible. 4-2 is a completely different story and narrative from that 4-4 or that 3-3 scoreline that they'll have when they tie if they switch, or when they have it at an eventual point where it goes to a tie. running here. What the hell did you drone, Andy? Looks like he used his drone, closed his eyes, and hoped for the best, as he will go down first. Spear entry completely gone. The breach is gonna get open with no contest, but they're gonna walk away with the victory, as they are going to have a body on their hands. But knowing Evan, he's going to swing regardless, as now he will get refragged. I've said it before, you cannot get aggressive after you get the first pick. It has been literally 40 seconds and 2 bodies have been claimed. Abolish smarter than to stay on red when the enemies are circling, and he needs to seek refuge into sight. Quickie landing headshot after that sledgehammer falls through. Abolish finding his kill of his own onto server, and now 1 man to rid the pressure. If he kills this thermite, this round is over. It is a warden, my friend, and by the time he can try to activate his glasses, he is gone and no longer with us. Snoozy decides to close out the man differential. Just 1 man to deal with now, but still a lot left to do. Quick kill by Quickie. That'll make him a double kill. And it looks like he's gotten his head back in the game as he is starting to flow. Can't find that third, though. Trying to get that breach open. The kid is loose. And that's what happens when you get too hungry. Focus on that construction door. You not finishing him means you are vulnerable to live pings. And that'll be the easy kill for Vizsla, giving them that 4-2 split as they head on to attack. They'll head on in. This is going to be very, very intriguing. Ube has something to prove now. They're on a site where they have most of the operators needed to prevail. CC just need to keep riding the wave until they can try to narrow in a victory. So it'll be very, very passionate here from both teams. The question is, who is more passionate? It's been swaying back and forth, and so has been the public opinion. We're seeing the predictions go up and down. 1 game CC, 1 game Obey, and there's definitely influencing factors such as the map picks. But right now, it doesn't matter. It's all about the here and the now. Evan looks like he didn't have enough fun on defense. He is going to go right back to that G8. He absolutely terrorized Obey on with the G8 on IQ. Finds utility, gets rid of the utility, uses his drone, and then proceeds to hold down all 51 bullets in that absolute superpower of a gun. A bit of interesting site support here. This wall remaining soft, meaning if anybody drops this hatch and just tries to wallbang this Mira, it is open season for whoever tries to play time here. Quickie looking to make a 1-man entrance here, but you have already Abolish has turned his attention to the man trying to execute strip, but there's 2 of them up here. I was completely unaware of this. JBA looking to make magic happen, but Abolish, man, you just cannot miss a bullet on him. If you're gonna kill him, it has to be that first bullet. And Abolish doesn't go gentle into that good night. Will find the first, and he looks hungry to get the next. Goyo looking to back up very safely into secret, but taken out here by Evan, as these attackers are starting to play very patiently. There's a minute 30 left in play. Plenty of time to drone. Plenty of time to have an execute lineup. Hatch is opened. Everything is starting to crumble here for Obey. All they have to hope is they can find an evening out kill here. And nope, they are going to have their differential grow even more on their heads. Deprived of 3 bodies now. Mira, 1 of them remains open, and the next is broken completely. And now, it is this man's job to keep it this way. You have to stop the attackers from running into sight full speed, and it's 1 man's job. Farce, no C4. just a SMG and a holographic. Abolish, though, for a double kill. He is going to make it absolutely dreadful to hold basement, as it is a flawless round coming in from him. Triple kill next to his name. And yet again, he is riding top fragger with 9 kills next to his name. 5-2 is the scoreline, and we are 1 round shy away from the match point. This is just getting interesting and more interesting by the rounds. We're not going to see Obey retry that site. They don't have the more comfortable end of time on their side. We were talking about the timeouts, but it doesn't seem like they care about it. They're just going to go straight in, trying to take their one. And this might prove to be fateful, considering you are down 3 rounds and you need to start a comeback right here, right now. But maybe this is their better site. It all matters in this aspect of time where we need to see the clock run down. If I'm not mistaken here, I don't see a shield coming in from Obey, meaning red is going to be a little bit harder to hold here, especially when there's a single jammer holding CC together. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting hold depending on how aggressive this Doc is going to play. If he loses his life swinging CC, red becomes open season and that rotate. Oh, you don't want to know what happens if they just waltz into that rotate. Did he think he was going to get the jammer that way? A little confusing, but that will be 1 frag wasted here for Evan, and he can just go below and use his electric scanner, but Abolish is also going to accompany him as well. Everything is starting to get open. First minute, always defender prep, remember. Manages to get it open without needing the assistance from below. Abolish getting hit by an F-Knot in lounge somehow. Wondering where that's coming from here, but that gives away his location. Vizsla getting fragged out here. Wide swing by JBA. He doesn't lose his body after that swing. We were talking about the importance of keeping that body alive, but he will stay alive. Sledge managing to get a double kill as well, but an easy refrag and make that 2 refrags. JBA gets Stargazer after Stargazer gets JBA, and a little bit of a twunk twister there. Twunk twister, absolutely beautiful. But 2 refrags, almost a third, but nothing in hand here. Obey walk away here with a 1-man advantage, and they can try to keep it that way if they really park the bus and take their time here. Football reference, very niche. But Ash Breach is completely ran out, meaning this Mira is going to remain alive, and that is not something that is up for debate, as they can do nothing about that. Bulletproof Cam here has the exact location. What a shot. An absolute beauty of a shot here. But you've completely disregarded the fact that there could be a man in the corner. Started off very well, but completely crumbled after that first blood here. Goyo, quick read of the play, and Creepy with 2 beautiful kills to push his team further into this series. 5-3, round differential, 2 rounds. And we are starting to slowly decline in energy as these teams are starting to lock in slowly but surely as they will head on to the series point. On into the basement yet again. They got destroyed simply on this round, this site specifically. They have the opportunity to bring it back, take their time to recuperate, take their time to be able to find their individual picks. Question is, are they going to take that opportunity, or are we going to watch an exact replay of that last defensive round? Andy, not seeing much of him. Creepy stepping up to the pedestal as he is going to be the top fragger by a large margin. The closest person to him has 5 kills as he is currently sitting at the top with 9. And right now, we're seeing it divided a little bit better for CC here as you have 6 kills for almost everybody, and not one man is not attending to the task. Maybe one has a lot of deaths, and that'll be Evan, just because he decides to spawn peek almost everything. But yeah, 6 kills nevertheless, and that is going to be something that we need to hold with us as we watch them attack. They take their time, they do what is needed, but for Obey, you have a one-man army. He's one man taking the initiative, and that is not something that can help you win the game. It can only help you win certain amounts of rounds until you start feeling the suffering, because what if he doesn't feel like taking the initiative to be that one-man army later on in the game, or what if he just simply cannot continue to live up to that certain performance as the series continues? Burnout's a real thing, people. Vana getting these hatches opened up slowly but surely. I don't even need to look at the rosters to know it is the main man, Vizsla himself. Still lots of time left on the clock, but still no first blood on our hands, meaning we're going to be in for a very action-packed last couple of seconds in our round, or last couple of stages in our round. Abolish, very easy, no contest, will have the first mirror burnt. The question is, how is he going to get the second? There's no mirrors without the protection of Lamine. This time, they'll get lucky, no Jaegers, no ADSs, nothing. Quickie having a significant amount of damage hits onto him, nothing to help him with his health. Right now, lots to be done here, because if attacking CC is going to be allowed to find a pick, they need to only hit headshots. Their stims are not going to be something that'll be easy to deal with. This Doc can have his team back up to 100 HP 3 different times, no matter how regardless or how careless they will swing, but those bullets are going to land onto Andy as Evan is really taking his sweet time and really having that long angle into the hallway. 2 bodies located, Mira sitting in a corner, and Malusi has also been located. The F-Knots should be the next on the chopping block. It will be completely brutal to deal with later in the round, where your screen is bright purple and there's a lot left to do. Trying to slow down the play, but not slow enough. JBA finds a refrag of his own in a 4v4 with 15 seconds left on the clock. Lots to be done, lots of aggression. Looks to drop the hatch. Creepy finding a kill of his own. JBA with the next. C4 from Creepy. It looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we have now closed out the round differential to just 1. The 5-man bunker strat has worked for this team, and Obey really stepping up to the task. CC is starting to lose the grip that they were given. That is a God-given gift. Taking advantages on your other team's map. The opposition cannot be losing rounds that easily. And right now, we're seeing them bring it back. But honestly, should they have been in that position in the first place? CC needed to put that nail in the coffin. But right now, Obey, seeming like they're rising from the dead and really fighting back with every ounce of might they have. Honestly, no comments on how either team is playing here. One of them very coordinated, the other one very coordinated, but they have in and out rounds. They have rounds where they're just not up to the task. Like, for instance, why do you have a man going AFK when you are in a best out of 5 series and you're on map 2? Whoever wins this, or map 3, whoever wins this goes on to the series point. It's very, very important that people focus on the little things here. Like, for instance, we finished the prep phase, there's no rotator heddles. Goldeneye being brought, and this time we are going to see the castle verticality strat. Not something we saw coming in here from CC on their first time holding upstairs, but it is going to be a little difficult for them to attack unless they completely dissect this play. We saw CC hold CC, a little bit of a tongue twister there, but when we saw them attacking that site, they got ran through completely through garage. They got overran just because they didn't have that one man sitting below with the castles protecting it. 4 is going to be completely easy to toss over, but it is going to be shot out the sky by Stargazer if he is quick enough to react. He really taking damage. Okay. Breach is now anyone's game. He needs to go up on the repel this time, not needing to get very aggressive. Easier repel will do the task, and a little bit of a risky breach here. Anybody who sticks their head, looks to the right, will get a very easy kill. That Azami will set him up for an easy kill, or a deny of the breach. That was all that was needed. Abolish gets a kill onto Andy and gets Yokai, but now the last effect is just looking a little too long. Maybe just a glitch, but right now, the next point of analysis, the next point of attack should be going into the garage now and ridding the people that are trying to wait close here. Quickie gets rid of the man, trying to run in here, trying to get that second bandage going. Azami now looking to be next on the chopping block, playing very aggressive. If she backs up too much, if she moves forward too much, she will meet her maker. Glaz getting very aggressive. Evan here has a bearing 9, and he's not scared to use it at all. Has thermal vision now, meaning if Creepy walks up here, he is going to be dead. But you are not looking up. You're not looking at the site. There's nobody down there. They're all up, and you have 2 very easy kills just waiting for you. Or you can honestly burn up the time. C4 completely rejected here, and Gazer just needs to smoke it out, play the time, and be able to call it his. What are you watching? Evan deprived of a kill now on a drone for too long, and he will pay the price, but he will win that gunfight the second time around. And where is Abolish? Rotating right back up to Garage to back up his buddy. The DMR, not something you want to be on the receiving end of, but Abolish has a very easy lineup. You have to be mindful of your surroundings. Anything is possible with 2 people alive against 1, and that will be Abolished to send his team to the match point on the opposition's map pick. Bedroom Gym, the potential last round here for these 2 teams fighting it out. We've seen one certain outcome here for Obey on defense, Gym, which has been their first and last time holding it, where they won it very, very easily. Hopefully, they can replicate the same where they put the other team in a 1vx situation. Operators being brought this time around, though. They're not going to bring the castle. They're going to have JBA play Doc instead, and that might be something that is brutal to deal with. The external play is going to be rough if you don't have CC and Cash on locks. It's going to be quite an interesting round to see how they'll be able to deal with this with having nobody and no form of projectile denial on this site. Always the textbook siege. The staple operators have been brought here for the attackers. You have the sledge for soft breach, you have the 2 hard breachers, and you have the Rotero charges. Now, from here on out, it's all about taking your time. There's always those 3 stages. There's 3 minutes in the round. The first minute used to prep, get rid of the utility. The second minute, that flex area where you can either find picks or try to force the other team into a certain area to be able to set yourself better for the last minute where it's all gunfights. But we're on console. It's a little bit different over here as Vizsla gets a very easy kill. JBA tries to swing, but the grass is not greener on the other side. He tried that for the second time around, and CC just adapts, learns, and takes him out very easily. Now, we have Obey being deprived of a gun and 3 skips. Was he looking to take a gunfight here? And there's no way in hell he won that, because if he did, I would have lost my marbles. Marbles completely lost. Claymore is being set. It looks like they are really taking all the precautionary measures to make sure they don't get ran out on. They're learning slowly but surely. Right now, CC has a body in hand. All they have to do is just continue to try to build off of it. Very easy kill here for Stargazer. Andy Serve looking to be just, in a world of his own. Completely capitalized off. Now, the attackers are going to have a horrible time trying to find these Vulcan canisters, but they are going to be up on bodies, so they win for now. It's always about the little victories. Now they have the time to be able to reset, take the drones. They know the mirror is there, and they have a minute 10 to be able to clear it and start droning. Creepy. Quick peek, though, will take care of highway windows. At least one of them. Abolish using his drone Stargazer on highway window. So is Quickie. They know exactly what they need to do here. The breach getting opened. Mira is trying to get taken care of. She'll be dealt some damage, and Abolish will be on the front lines to try to take care of it. Loses 50% of his HP, but Barsh lives to see another day. A little bit of aggression coming in here from Snoozy. He'll win the gunfight. Quickie getting a kill of his own, but it will be Stargazer, Abolish, two players you definitely want together on a 2v1. But the main idea is you do not let the Warden isolate the gunfights. That's exactly what they'll do. The game is over. They've won on their opposing team's win, and now we are looking at Obey fall short on Clubhouse. CC take the charge, lead for the first time this series, and now we're gonna head on to the series point, onto our next map, and it's an absolute cinema of a play coming in here from CC. Stargazer takes the MVP. Creepy, 14 kills next to his name, but he can't just be a one-man army. The next person closest to him had 6 kills, which is just absolutely brutal to see in the post replay. Ladies and gentlemen, again, absolutely beautiful, absolute cinema. Map 4 is what either lies for CC as their championship win, or the prolonged defeat that will send us to our map 5, which, regardless what happens, we are going to end it, unless it goes into unlimited overtime. Keep your hats on your heads, get a snack, stay hydrated, and we'll be back after a couple of minutes. back to you is a man with 2 glasses on his face. And considering this might be the beginning of the end of this stream, we'll put them on each other. Oh yeah, look at that. I have become Warden. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to Bank. Obey gets the defense side, and right now, they definitely need to defend their asses off if they want to push this to map 5. CC has the upper hand. They have the momentum of having 2 maps in their hand right in a row. What's going to happen here? I have no idea, because both maps have been 7-4, or all 3 maps have been 7-4. The overlay is just tweaking the fuck out. A little bit intriguing. Let's take a look at the map that's ahead of us, and I'm going to take off these stupid glasses. As the ban phase comes to an abrupt end, we are going to be looking at Blackbeard and Dokkaebi take the bans. I think these are honestly the highest percentage bans I've ever seen in my life. Blackbeard, I don't think I have seen in a league match in forever, both on PC casting and on console casting, and honestly, with good amounts of reason. He has a fully automatic AR behind a retractable shield. The developers were certainly thinking of something when they released him, and I'm very happy that he does not see the light of day in ranked and league. Right now, Bank Lockers is going to be the first site. This is going to be the final stand for Obey. If they have something they want to prove, this is the time. It's currently 11:16 in the PM on the eastern coast. Meaning, if we go map 5, we're finishing in the AM 100%. I think we're going to finish in the AMs regardless, but both teams, they definitely have to be getting tired by now just because of the amounts they've been having to play. 4 maps is not an easy amount of Siege to be played. I go for select casting here, ladies and gentlemen. That means I go quiet from time to time. It is just because I'm really trying to see what these teams are open up to. We had Evan almost on Amaru here to try to cover as much ground as possible. But he switched off to go for a spear entry onto the Ash, meaning he's going to have a lot more ground to cover, but he's only going to be 800 meters. He has to be very mindful of what he's doing and what he doesn't. Right now, we are seeing one-man roll. And it's one of those things. He's just sitting at the top of the boosters, protected by 3 ADSs, and he is 1 doorway away from sight. Silent. We don't see any form of competition here coming in here from Obey. No contesting. Nothing. They're all bunkered down here. And maybe they have a reason for it. We do see bunker scraps work here. When you allow the attackers to roll up and play, they have flashes, they have flame bolts, they have so much utility in their hands. They have to do something to be able to meet it. 3 toxic babes, 2 C4s are going to be getting main denial here for the defenders. But right now they need to rid of the pressure coming in here from 2 if they want to even look towards getting a plant down. Dead. I think I've ever seen this before. Oh, we're 2 inches away from meeting. Swing out into. Jaeger trying to get aggressive here, trying to confirm that there's a man there, and by doing so, he knows where the pressure is. He knows what the main objective of these attackers are. There's 44 seconds left in the clock, meaning somebody's gonna have to make a play here. Jaeger almost winning that gunfight and deciding to run into a brick wall instead. Gazer gets taken out here instead. Quickie really trying to go for something here. Vizsla gets taken out here by Wallbang. And now, still so much to be done. Evan, you have first a shotgun. What the hell are you expecting to happen? It is one of the most powerful shotguns in the game, and he expected it to be all easy peasy. Did he think the smoke was going to disappear? No idea. But that'll be a complete easy round here for Obey as they win on every aspect. Utility, bodies, 1v1s, all completely theirs, and they will run through CC on that first round. If this goes map 5, I might genuinely lose my marbles. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Executive is going to be next on the chopping block, and Castle is a mandatory pick. No matter what, no matter who you're bringing, Castle is always going to be someone you need to have on the roster. Because if you don't, this is one of the heaviest external map play games. Right now on Cafe, you see 8 windows on every side of the building, being 2 sides facing into Cigar, 2 sides facing into Cocktail. It's an absolute nightmare holding upstairs without Castle or trying to steer clear of these windows. Bank is the same, but this time, your external windows aren't all vaultable. You have the double windows coming in from stock. You have essentially 2 sets of 2 facing into site and another 2 sets of 2 facing into square, and all of this glass. And not to mention, you can Batman rappel onto the skylights. So this is one of those maps where you need to cut off the angles where you can bring them. Azami, also one of those operators that can do so, but she's just not going to be seen. That's completely understandable. You need more utility than her, even though she's the best player on defense in this current meta. That Janny Mira is going to be absolutely delightful. You know what the saying is. Hold on to a Mira, wait for the round to play to see where the attackers come in from, and then prioritize them. And that is exactly what is going to be done here. Wow, Abolish and Vizsla get a very easy kill onto Andy. Creepy with a quick refrag, but Taser is not sleeping at the wheel as him and Vizsla team up to get 2 quick refrags to find an advantage here. And CC, they have a response for every round lost, and that is something I love when I'm casting them. And right now, it is seen that they have a response for every body, for every round, for every map. But so far, Creepy is also going to respond with a kill of his own. Still, one man standing in between them and a 2v2. Can Creepy win this singular gunfight? Because if he can, he will have the majority on his side, on his back, because now he is having a good game so far. We're only 1 round in. He's having a great time. Abolish, though, not a man you want to contest, especially when he's on Ash. Creepy, 1 HP, all of the attackers, high caliber rifles, lots to be done here. Who's watching us cross? Nobody. Creepy, getting a very easy kill here, but Quickie seeks refuge right behind that shelf and has it very easy here as he wraps around. Creepy, a little bit of ring around the rosy here. What's going on here for Quickie? Completely disregarding the fact that there's a man waiting. He was almost gifted the easiest clutch of his life. Only if he hadn't stepped into a 1v1 here with Abolish, he capitalized off the reload and takes care of him, and that'll be CC with a round of their own, tying it up at 1-1. Now, they can either choose to go back upstairs and try it again, or they can go in the mid-floor, but it looks like their minds are already made up as they will head on right upstairs again. This time, they have to hope they don't lose the first blood. They find out the hard way that CC doesn't come to play, as now it is 1-1, and both teams really battling it out at the death. I think is the only way you can describe this. Again, Evan with that very interesting Amaru pick. He's just not going to confirm it, though, and switches right on to Nook. We don't know what he's really thinking of doing here, but so far he hasn't been able to bring that thought into real life. court square and call it a day here. But again, we were talking about the site setups and how they get very late on into the round, and that is going to be a very, very big affecting factor. The triple wall is completely soft, meaning if there is going to be a mirror placed here later on the round, they are really going to have to watch their backs. But as the second one is placed, here the class being put somewhere, we're going to be in for an interesting round. First blood is Creepies, as you will find Evan. I'm out here just guessing where they put that mirror, and I have no idea. That shield going to be that main point that they need to get rid of before they start building the first play here. Vizsla on the windows. What's new, Scooby-Doo? They need to draw. We have people that are up to the task, but right now, the only task they need is to find a pick to even out the playing field. The utility this time is going to survive a lot longer than last time. We saw so many pieces of utility getting starved out early on into the round. The Mira met its maker nice and early, and that was something that helped the attackers take the round, and something we're just not seeing right now. This is an interesting one. I don't think I've seen this before. Echo using his yokais for some good intel here. They know what the idea of Abolish is, but he's just going to completely abandon it. He'd be a fool to try to pursue that. There's a frost mat on the shallow end of the marble stairs, meaning I could get a quick cheeky kill if somebody does choose to peek into that. But nobody's really going top square here. Except for Abolish late here as the damage is being dealt. Creepy really dealing damage here, really putting his mark onto the site. Castle has just such a long angle. Nobody wins that. I don't care who you are. The range is just too crazy. Gazer getting taken care of. Creepy is now completely in his flow state. Quickie finding the consolidation kill, avoiding that flawless round, but now we are under that 1 minute marker. So much to be done here. And the question is, are the CC players up here for the task? So much to be done here. Utility not cleared. Frostmat's still alive. Mira still intact. Yokai drone's just waiting to loom in and get a kill here. Vizsla recognizes there's a man, but cannot waste any time as he gets picked off, wasting all of his bullets into a brick frame. And that will be the Mira to confirm out the round. Quick pre-fire onto Quickie will give the lead towards Obey. Yet again, they go up 2-1, and it's going to be another game of cat and mouse here. And hopefully it doesn't end off with a 7-4, as I think that's been the score for the last 3 maps now. Pursue greater pastures. It's been 3 rounds, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means? Rotation parameters reset, and they will go right back downstairs. They'll have the Mira, they'll have the smoke, they'll have everybody they need. And I think this was a beautiful display on how to play the game. They had the 2 smokes upstairs on blue. They had the ADSs covering him. They had everything needed to be able to win the round, and that's exactly what they did indeed. You had some people making ballsy plays. You had CC. I don't know what CC was doing on that blue push, but matter of fact, I'm going to double down here and say Obey has this as probably their best site that I've seen so far. They're perfectly coordinated. They know what to do, how to do it, and it is always beautiful to see. If we do that again, we are going to see a very quick and easy round. But if CC has adapted in any way, they're either going to have a different plan of approach for this blue side, or they're just going to completely chalk it and go for Garage and Vault. Lots to be done here. Evan looking to control that blue side. Might fly in with the element of surprise in his favor. Might be a thing that and Froze is just paving the way for that. Fauna establishing the verticality. Not a single roamer to be found. Smoke is going to be what exactly? Flying out the tunnel, looking to do something here. They have that quick rotate onto the server connecting to the breach. That might be something. It'll be great as a doomsday rotate, but right now, they just need to get this breach open. Back remain closed. Smoke sitting in a corner here. Shield off is going to be met by this Jaeger. Right now, Smoke still in the corner. But needs to be mindful over time, because if he uses them with all of this time being burned off, it will be a absolute grenade is going to waste almost all of his health to confirm his kill, and that'll be 2 bloods down in blue. Abolish just loses his gunfight at close range. Something that happens. It's just the way of life. You can't win your one. And Vizsla tries to stop the bleeding, but there's just too many capital kills here for Obey, and there's no way you lose that gunfight. That's not something that just happens. You need to be hitting those shots, especially when they're starting to run away with the lead here. And Obey are starting to find their groove as they now are leading 3-1. Staff in open area, parameters do not protect them ever so long. They can't go back upstairs until the next round, but they will have this mid floor to hold. No castle, just Waldenai, and now the castle being brought alongside with the Azami. She is absolutely imperative for this site hold. If you don't bring Azami, it's honestly a goodbye to the round. And yes, it's such a big deciding factor alongside with this castle. So much to be done here. They have the time, they have the place, and they have the efforts. CC either needs to call a timeout, wake up, or take a different approach to how Obey is playing. And Obey just needs to continue what they're doing, pushing to map 5. Right now, we're really seeing passion from both teams. CC in former maps and Obey in this current one, really living up to being the best in the league for both sides, really. And honestly, credit where credit is due. They really know what they're doing. How many rounds can Obey really starve here out of CC before they switch on to attack? Because I've never made it look so easy for them to be defending this. They make it look so easy. Everything right. Except for that upstairs gold, which they got absolutely trampled on. They brought it back, and then they completely revamped the way they're playing. That makes good teams good. Great teams even better. They learn how to adapt, and they start to walk in. Right now, Abolish being the spear fragger. What's new again? They need to look for the roamers, as there is going to be one all the way upstairs today. Rotate back into the site, completely making that problem past fantasy. How the hell did Evan get in there? You're playing frag ops going 0-5. You can't just try to walk in. It's absolutely crucial. A quick kill could have been for Snoozy here, a double, but no refrags. But no bueno. You just need to thread that needle. One bullet needs to connect to Quickie's head to be able to call that advantage yours. But verticality should continue to get established. But honestly, Barsh leaving me stuttering here. He gets a quick refrag, but Gazer there to hop on the opportunity. Waltzes down Marble as he recognizes there's no barbed, there's no traps, there's nothing to hold him at bay. So he'll just wide swing and grab the well-deserved kill that is his. Now, 3 players all can find the site border. Patches are the quick escape entries, so is Archive. The question is, can they do it in a timely manner? Vizsla is knocking on the door of Archives, looking for somebody to make a victim. Now you have players sitting around, you have players just starting to wait, starting to get to the breaking point. This is the point in the game where you know the gunfight is starting to, as both teams start to prep for that final stand that will give one person, one team, that victory screen. Brava drone being brought, but I know they were hoping that was a Flora zone by this moment. What a shot by JBA. Takes care of Vizsla. 35 seconds here, and you're still worrying about that Doc on Marble. Quick shot here by Gazer. Makes it a 2v2. Doc not completely, somewhat abandoning this play. And Gazer has the idea, but cannot use the sticks to be able to complete it. And it looks like 4-1 should be next on this scoreline as Quickie is being put into an absolute horrible position. You need to find your picks, and you need to find them now. Azami sitting in the corner, using her Kiba barriers to mold the attacker into the liking of what she wants. Forces him into the corner, makes a very easy play, very simple, very safe, and takes care of the Ram, and that will push 4-1. One more round until we see the attacker-defender switch, and I feel like we're going to map 5, ladies and gentlemen. school in the morning, work in the morning, screw that. It looks like Siege takes the importance as both of these teams are really not playing around. To analyze what's the play here. They're back upstairs. They won it once and they've lost. Put them at a 50 chance to be able to take it back again. They were at the castle. They just completely disregard the mirror, though, and sub it into Azami. That is something I think is beautiful. They have the utility now needed to deny. They don't have the mirror, leaving a point of less risk, less of a reliability, and a less of an idiot play, because right now we've been seeing them bring Mira. We haven't seen them bring Mute or Jaeger to back her up, so less of a liability and more of a safe play to bring in the zombie. You can just reshape this map to her liking. I swear, best of fives hasn't saying anything at this point. If you haven't realized it's getting to me, it is. But that's what we're here for. Hopefully it goes to all 5 maps. It's the best cinema. It's the best idea, and it's honestly the best outcome we can have is forcing it going to all 5 maps, because it honestly brings out both of the teams to see who really wants it. They definitely have to be tired. If the caster's tired, you can only imagine what the teams are going through having to actually play. My voice is tired. They have to look, play, communicate. There's so much to be done here, and doing it for 5 maps consecutively is not an easy task. Mark, very committed here, is going to be shooting off these Selma charges, but he will be caught in the toes. You have to be expecting of the players on the upside down repel. It's Siege 101. If you can't see, try it upside down and you will see. And that is how he will fall. That is first blood in the favor of CC, and maybe, just maybe, this round is going to start to go in their favor, because at this minute mark, previously when they held upstairs, they were not getting this amount of utility cleared in this time frame. Now, the main idea is to just clear the man playing top square, and they'll have a great idea of what they want to do here. Mute going for an easy flank and getting a kill. Andy was not having the best of games, but now starting to bring it back slowly but surely. Evan, though, having a bad game, not bringing it back, and that is going to cost his team, because if he cannot find a kill soon, his team's going to get deprived of rounds, kills, essentially. The next map pick. So much to be done here. Who wins this next gunfight? Aggression here from Creepy. Somebody's hungry for their next kill. Castle really playing outside here, really trying to think outside the box to take care of it. He'll sub himself out with Andy. Sophia taking damage, but dealing more. Abolish managing to take care of Andy. He hops on the fact that there's a man waiting in ATN, so he'll take care of him. And Vizsla won't take any damage. Gazer is the one who will deal damage. Abolish gets traded out for JBA. The case is loose, and we've been seeing the case on the ground more than it's been in the hands of anybody, but doesn't really matter. Evan finding his first kill, and now looking to Prance for his second. Needs to pull back, though, to get this case, but it looks like they don't really care. They're just going to swing anything. Vizsla using the bricks as refuge, and now there's a cross being watched all the way over from top square. The other one is going to be a rotate around from the stalk. You guys have so much to do. The question is, are you going to go for the case or just push him? Evan recovering. 10 seconds left on the clock. JBA not on his yokai drones. Have they been shot, or is he just simply unaware? Timer gets reset to 40 seconds, and now he's being put in a little bit of a pinch for time. 1 HP now, but deals a headshot. Takes care of Vizsla. And now Gazer, not a man who takes opportunities lightly. He will just play passively and capitalizes on the opportunity. Needs to hit 1 bullet, and it'll be Evan's bullet to confirm the round. They've managed to close it out to just 2 rounds now. One of the most unsafe leads in this game is a quick 4-2 on the switch. You're gonna have CC playing defense now. The question is Obey going to continue with their momentum, or are they going to slow down and falter to CC's newly appointed defense? Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, I am Sino, I am your caster today, and we are going to be doing a 5 best series. I just had a stroke. I'm not even going to try to justify that. We're doing a best out of 5 series for the Champions League first ever playoff series, and we have managed to get 80% of the way. Right now, we're looking at our map 4, where anything is possible. A comeback is possible, and it's possible for Obey to just take it home and send us to map 5, which is Skyscraper. And I think the round differential really only matters on this map, because I think both teams are 14 rounds to 14 rounds on the last 4 maps combined. Right? No, wrong. Wow, that was very off. It matters on who wins this game, because if this game ends off 7-4, we're going to be doing good old-fashioned rock, paper, scissors to confirm, because then it'll be 14 rounds to 14 rounds. If this is a 7-4 outcome and a 7-4 outcome only. Right now, a little intrigued to see how both teams are going to step up to the task, because there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be needed to be done here, especially when you don't reinforce. I'm very confused on why no teams reinforce this triple wall. But, hey man, maybe we will find out in the next couple of seconds here. Vizsla, the man on castle himself, didn't expect anything new. External play, something that will be prioritized here by Obey. 2 people on windows, one to watch the others cross, and the other ones are trying to emerge from the basement to try to find any lucky kill. Vizsla taking a good amount of damage, but the question is from where? Getting shot through the skylight or through that weird pixel angle of that default window. And he's now at 20 HP. He has a stim waiting for him so he can get all the way over to site, but Abolish does not look to be in a very safe position here. He has people coming, knocking on his door, coming in here from ATMs. Twitch hasn't entered the building yet, so this is the buffer that he can use to get the hell out of there. But now she is being demanding. Snoozy, you have a task to finish. You're seeing the Cloak of Castle shuffle here, but you're completely unaware that there's a man waiting for you below. Hatch broken open. Lot to be done here. Snoozy does capitalize, and it is going to be the map advantage right now just for Obey. They're coming knocking here, and just by being here, he is wasting time. How is Abolished the one to be the 3rd dead, not the 4th or the 5th? He should have been the first pick, but CC are falling in areas they cannot be falling in if they want to make a comeback here, and it's a 1v5. We've edged on to a flawless round as Creepies confirms that thought, and now we move on to the round shy of match point as CC are really starting to get starved, and now they are starting to realize how important they need to either reset their minds, call it in a timeout, or take a reset, take a chill pill, and take a different approach, because right now, whatever the hell they're trying is just not working. Basement is going to be in the hands now of PC. I don't think we've seen this site lost so far. Obey has a 2-0 record on it. And right now, let us see how CC will play it out, because maybe they can continue that streak, but it's all about they're up to the task, because right now, Obey's knocking on the door, and there's just no answers from CC point blank. What is the approach from CC? Are they going to have one-man roam? Right now, Abolish is downstairs, but guess who is on the roam? Not a big surprise. Scopos Evan. He has the task of just trying to dissect the attacking play, take care of the hard breachers, or try to find a first kill here. 1 bullet from Stargazer is enough to take care of the task, and he will simply, but honestly, execute JBA. Taken care of. 1 bullet to his dome was all that was needed, and this is a kind of interesting use of that Scopal spare drone, as she did ask right now. The robot is now completely useless, but wow, that was a little bit interesting from the Twitch here. Never seen anybody look for a shock, but Ash looking to waltz in here. Stargazer, oh no. Oh no. Andy, again, he's one of those players you need to take out with 1 bullet alongside with Evan and Abolish. If you miss that first bullet, you are dead. Andy completely disconnecting. But yeah, there you go. Looks like he just wanted to talk some smack over here to Stargazer, but a double kill for him will take care of Quickie. And you guys have to stop him before he goes on a roll. Andy, one of those players that if you let go on a roll, he will terrorize your team, and that is exactly what he's doing. 2 quick picks so far, and he's killed one of the players that can keep the hatches closed. He's dealt damage into Garage. He is just doing so much by doing this one essential position. And somehow, he's hurt the man closing in on him from Garage. Triple kill here for Andy's term. And is he aware that there's a man circling? No? Okay. Quick kill here. Double kill. Oh, no, Vizsla. CC, you're not even falling asleep at the wheel. You're just not even there. Looks like they got in the passenger seat and completely reclined it, because what is going on here? I don't even know. You're leaving your Mira to go into 1v4s, and then your Mira can't hit the shots in the 1v4. It's completely and utterly confusing to me, because now we edge on to the match point where we look at Obey having the round differential in their favor, considering we've been at a tie this whole series, and it looks like we're going to go to map 5 with CC just falling short here. We saw a very quick burst of energy from them in that first round, or second round, and then from there, they've just fallen short, and we haven't seen anything. No utility being used, no uniform plays, no staple operators being brought to the rosters. They'll bring the castle, they'll bring the Azami, but how are they going to integrate it properly into the roster for it to be able to work here? Again, you can just bring the operators, but having the ideas and knowing how to play them is a completely different story. Reset drones. It's always about that drone economy. 3 of them getting shot out. Those drones are a pain to deal with. Always need to save your drones, especially against a team like this. I'm honestly just at a loss of words here. Like, flying out a window, going 2-8 on match point. Maybe not the greatest of judgment here, but that's the decision he decided to make, and he's going to have to live with that. Andy is now destroying the team in the crosshair that walks into it, leaving the game so that 2-8 doesn't pop out. Honestly, I feel you. Abal is shutting out Andy and the other players as JBA meets his maker. But Creepy makes it a 1v3, and it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading on to map 5. Confirmed 2-2 as Obey and CC really want that best Wild Boys team spot. They'll take it to map 5, the neutral spot, on to the next. Wow. I'm starting to lose the train of thought. The BO5 getting to me. But I'm happy that it's gone to this stage. They get to pick their round differential. They get to pick what side they want to start on after a very well thought out round. But I want this to go a little bit more smooth. So ladies and gentlemen, join us after our quick break to be able to spectate this map 5, as we are going to be finishing in the AMs for this cast that started at 8 p.m. Absolutely beautiful. I hope you guys are stretching, because you guys should have cramps by now, just like I do. we bring you map 5, ladies and gentlemen. No sort of long breaks here because everybody has work in the morning. People have things to do. But right now, that follow animation is just fucking hilarious. Right now, we have lots to do. CC, I think they've went to map 5. I think 3 or 2 out of the 3 BO5s have casted them in, so not much of a surprise, but we are going to be finishing nice and late in the day. But as the meantime, I will turn off my dumbass camera, and we have Obey picking defense first on Skyscraper, because what else is new? It is one of those maps where you really need to know what you're doing, otherwise you will be punished. Again, Blackbeard and Monty this time, they go blank on taking out Blackbeard. It's 100% this time. All 5 maps are going to take out Blackbeard. Karaoke and Tea, not much that is going to be expected otherwise. There's a lot to be done here. You can either go in from below and try to deny anybody trying to walk up the stairs, or you extend out horizontally and go towards the exhibition side, get the house walls reinforced, get the exhibition walls reinforced, and completely deny the team from even trying to get their boots on the ground. This is a 2-floored map. You have some drone holes on the roof, and some of them you can drop in very nice surprises of utility as they lead to the most direct areas of the map. You drop a frag in here, anybody playing Shrine gets blown up into 90 pieces. So, lots to be done here. You get defense first on a map that you have forced yourself to go on to. They have forced themselves to get here. They have well earned it, and right now we have to see if they're going to remain up to the task. 5 maps in, ladies and gentlemen. We know they are going to be tired. Who is going to prevail? We were speaking on deny it, and that's exactly what they will do. House is reinforced, exhibition is reinforced, and it looks like all 5 players are going to be committed to clearing this out. Snoozy looking to assist as well, but CC looking to be up to the task of finding bodies and finding them fast. Evan has now the G8 in his pocket. He did some damage with it on Nighthaven. Hopefully he can continue to do so. Not having the best of games on Bank, but again, he's played 4 maps, and he's done bad on 1. Surprisingly, no Legion shotgun here. We have Legion Andy on the T5, but no Masjid type T5 shotgun. Andy almost getting his head chopped off here. Looking to see another day. Mirror with a very interesting black mirror, but Bars will win that gunfight, taking care of Evan. Vizsla losing that as well. What is going on here? Abolish winning his gunfight, but honestly, too slow poke as everything is going wrong for CC. Carnage on this one room. I just said you have to deny exhibition. That's exactly what they did. Heard me through the comms. They managed to get it, and they got the picks done here. And it's all about taking the time now. C4, where the hell is the C4? Butchers the C4, doesn't detonate, and now they're going to seek refuge in the site. Case loose quick. He has a minute and 20 seconds now to be able to advance onto the site and try to isolate his ones. Reinforcing off the walls. They're not taking any chances. They want him to funnel in through the doorways, and that's exactly what he is going to be forced to do. Valkyrie camera watching his comms. Surprisingly, she doesn't take the ban. Malusi takes the priority over this Valk, meaning utility is going to be an open game, especially on these open floors against CC until they switch on. Easier to isolate the ones if you do try to walk in here through T-room, but again, it still proves the point. You are alone, and they have 2 bodies. 28 seconds left. You are allowing time to essentially be slipped past you. You have one frag, and you need to make use of it. Otherwise, this round is completed, and it is going to be in the favor of Obey. Watching the cross, but not so well. Gets to walk in, but the question is, what is the final product he can give us? Nothing. Taken out ever so slightly, and now it'll be Obey for their first round. They head on in to Exhibition now, the second most powerful site here. They just need to have no castle. Okay, I guess. No castle is going to be brought, meaning it's going to be a little interesting to see how they're going to keep T and Drums at bay. Right now, statistically, Obey have the chances at winning this. They have defense on Skyscraper, and they're going up against CC, who, if you don't watch other leagues such as SWL or Kyanite, these guys have a horrible time playing this map. It is the worst luck I have ever seen. SWL, they faced 4 rehosts until they lost. They were up 5 rounds on the series point, and they got taken to map 3 where they lost on Sky. And in Kyanite, they just got destroyed, dismantled. So, this is going to be either the redemption map that'll help them win the championship of this Champions League, or the continuation of a very bad luck streak. Evan getting very aggressive again. I think this is something that's been playing against him. The fact that he just does whatever helps. He tries to bring those quick plays, but it's just not been helping him. That tournament playstyle really does not work against teams that know how to park the bus. And you can't say Obey has been fully parking the bus, but they definitely have those moments where they take full passiveness seriously. Quick punch hole here, coming in from Stargazer. Almost finds a nice quick kill onto the minibar, but not so easily. You guys remember when bullet holes were in the game? Those were absolutely dreadful to deal with. First blood, Andy. Who else would we expect? The Andy you usually expect to have a good game, and he's found first. Gazer finding the second and completely easing up. Andy really trying to learn how to get up here on the couch. His audio has been given away, so there's still lots to be done. The question is, who is brave enough to contest the TCSG on an angle with this amount of time left? Nobody, because he will give up his angle. Exhibition gets opened, and site is now going to become an open free-for-all if they can manage to get house open. Azami has a play. Quick free-fire, JBA for 1. Can he find the second? Yes, he can! That's the play you expect your teammate to make for you. Abolish, Vizsla, and now Gazer. 1v4. They're getting toxic and honestly well-deserved as they are learning how to adapt, and it is working out. Case loose, 1v4 situation, and Quickie thinks turning into Spider-Man will find the bodies. One quick free-fire will get him 2 very easy kills onto this Mira and the Bandit. He ballsy enough is the question. You lose the gunfight to a 20 HP Azami outside. Not the best of scenarios you want to be in, but Free Fire of Hell will confirm your fate, and that will be 2-0. Skyscraper, such a defensive-sided map. Are you going to continue to allow them to continue? Wow, lots of continues in that sentence. To reap what they sow. Because right now, they go onto the first floor with Ash and Mira. With Mira to the counterpart of Ash, and lots of utility in their hand. The bans are not really going up against the defenders here. They have every operator they could bring if they wanted to. They could bring the castle, they could bring the Mirror, they could bring the combination. But right now, it seems like they're fine where they are, so I'm not going to overcomplicate it and let them continue to do what they're doing. Tisk. Can't be on your phone. Map 5. It's phone phase, not drone phase, apparently, for CC. I'm trying to get a feel here for what we're going to witness. You have verticality to some extent here, but honestly, not in the form I would have expected. You really never see drums get feet holes. You usually see it get reinforced and electrified so the bandit can continue to trick this wall. But bandit's not present, meaning they're going to have to improvise, and this might be one of those moments where we say this is going to be brutal. Yokai Drone is going to have the whereabouts of Andy locked in. He'll be on 1 HP regardless, and where the hell are you going, Andy? Andy, well, what the hell do you expect to happen? As you will be taken care of. Gazer gets a quick, easy kill, and that's a minute in, and they're up a body now. Hive launchers really doing their job. Snoozy is on cams. JBA gets Evan yet again, man. Haven't seen anything from him. Gazer gets a quick kill, but Vizsla traded out right after. And now that means this interaction has ceased with a 3v3 finishing off. C4, no connection yet. But a minute 22, anything can happen here. Easy shots here from Quickie. Can't seek refuge in sight when the floor is lava, but Creepy, though, he's not going down easily. He'll get another kill, and that'll be abolished, taken care of. 2v2, as the clock is starting to slowly but surely run out. Who do you have on denial? You have a solo that's going for your flank. You need somebody to watch the flank, and one person to go for the plant. Oh, Quickie, oh, Quickie. Oh, why would you drop with him? Looking to wrap above, but Creepy completely misreading the play. Why would you cancel the plant? So much to do here, and you guys are wasting precious, valuable seconds here. He's actually going to go for a flank, winning the gunfight. The diffuser's going to go down, and Creepy only now is learning that the case is going down. Complete blunder of miscommunication here. He's going to pay the price of. SMG-11 try to finish the drop by one stray bullet catches the head of Stargazer and Obey. No way. There's no way. And we just almost saw an amazing clutch completely deprived by Quickie himself. Would have been great if we had seen that. Would have been a crazy clutch, but denied. And that will be 2-1 as we're slowly edging towards the end. Objective rotation parameter. It's been 3 rounds, so we head right back on to karaoke. Lots to be done here, and they look like very, very structural when it comes to playing on Skyscraper, but it is a problem when you have one man ripping down barricades and the other one being left in the middle of the sandy beaches of Normandy while the plank goes down. You know what I mean? The coordination needs to be an inch better. They had a great time holding up here, so if they can replicate that first round, there will be no problems for Obey to continue to grow their lead. C4, honestly, hasn't been something that we've been seeing from Obey. They haven't really needed it. They've had verticality, but they've just completely disregarded it and went for the upstairs rooms. Over and over again, it's been working out for them. They don't get scared and they just go for everything. Impact trick, quite an easy abolish. Tries to find his groove of trying to just wide swing, but does not work. Very, very easily taken out here, and that will be the advantage again for Obey. Evened out by Quickie. Not afraid to make the play. Vizsla executes minibar. And now they have managed to quickly turn it around and get that man advantage. Goyo, the last man standing in the exhibition. And what a shot through the glass case. Taking care of Quickie. Putting him in a glass case now. Oh, 6 feet under you go. And now it is evened out at 3-3. Still so much to do here. And are they going to be up for the task? Var should have had a quick, easy headshot there, but just doesn't have it. Kickback of that first bullet denies him of an easy first kill. Quick stim, patches him up. Nothing ever happened, but a minute 30 starting to boil down, and CC need to be mindful of their time. One man playing drums. They've reinforced off the head holes, and there's a man trying to circle. They need to do what is right to be able to close it down. Vulcan's popped out. That entryway is going to be available at the 40-second mark. The question is he going to be there for it? Breach getting opened up very narrowly, directly in the middle, and Goyo is going to be forced out to the other side of T room. Angle, regardless, is going to be brutal. The second impact trick is going to connect yet again. Quick run out here. Oh, run out. Wow. That was nice and embarrassing. Evan, not having the best of intros to a game. Vulcan canister's there. You need to pop it right now if you want to have 10 seconds to be able to push in. It's going to be very narrow for time, but as of right now, still a 3v3 stalemate. Somebody just needs to find the gap of the attackers or the defenders. Works for both teams, really. One man is confined to a corner. Is there anybody looking to play the drone hole? No. Vizsla continues to jam his face into a head hole that is simply not contestable. You hear the time ticking down. 1v3, Creepy finding his kills. Nobody's on that black rotate. And Snoozy, though, standing on the side door, will take care of business. And it looks like it's slowly starting to slip away from CC. Had the momentum after Bank, but now they've lost it completely. They had the momentum building up after their middle two maps, but after Bank, we haven't seen the same team. Obey now capitalizing and getting the kills where it's needed. CC falling short 2 rounds, and now they have 2 to make it either a tie or to allow Obey to continue to grow their lead. Again, I always just stop talking for the first couple of seconds of this prep phase to try to understand what's going on here. Now, this is a great Azami setup, but backed up by the Mira, you don't have a shield to see anybody swinging out. So if your Azami gets picked out here, you're essentially screwed. Black window left at a point of entry here with no castle to deny it, but the wall denies on the board. They have the Mira. It should be one of those side setups where with enough gunfights, with enough grease in their play, they should be able to easily get around. Again, everything very textbook coming in here from CC. But I'd say, what if what is needed isn't textbook Siege? What if they just need to kind of go aggressive here and look for an easy kill? Look to get aggressive. Abolish not to be the one who does that, because he has been having a horrible time trying to walk in the building alongside with Evan. Your 2 normal fraggers are not doing their job just because they can't. They're being met at every turn on the very defender-sided map, and you can't blame them. This map is horrible to defend or attack against defenders that know what they're doing. T-room getting soft. More reinforcements go otherwise, I guess. And right now, it's going to be open season for whoever tries to attack T-room and drums. I've been making use of these Rotero charges. Lots to be done here. He needs to continue to get rid of this utility, because when he does, he'll be able to just walk down these baby steps with no problem. 2 more Kibas taken out, and I think he has 1 more that'll regenerate. And pinching this Azami out is going to be something that is crucial for this team. Cascade, getting aggressive. Who else but Andy? We know how powerful and deadly he is with this TCSG. Azami forced back into a corner. And beautiful execute on how to play this game. Mira goes down as well. Thermite losing his gunfight. And you just have to expect it. He's done it for the last 3 rounds. What else are you going to expect? Andy, quick kill. Barst with the next. This Mira is going to live to see another day. And they are slowly getting picked apart here. Ace, easy kill here to play patient, but completely loses it. Creepy finding a kill of his own. Abolish goes down. Devin for the next in a flawless round is soon to be the name of the game. If Fizzla goes down with little to no contest. Nope, JBA looking at the complete wrong opposite way is going to meet his maker. Fizzla getting damage dealt and being put in a little bit of a pincer here. Pinched 3 ways. Sees the laser, waiting close for that run out. Impacts his own teammate to get hungry for his own kill. 4-1. And we have one more round before they switch on. And right now, Obey having a beautiful start to the game that anybody could dream for and ask for. And that's exactly what has been gifted to them. One more, they switch on, and if they can continue to push it in, they will work their way to having a championship in their name. Pause. Always intrigued here to see how they will play it out. They will have barbecue, if I'm not mistaken, the only site that they have lost on their plate. Just some more coordination in that round was theirs if they both swung at the same time. But again, everything is open for interpretation as long as this map is still active. Lots to be done, lots to be completed. And that goes for both teams. CC have more of a comeback on their hands for survival, and Obey just need to continue with the path to be able to confirm, call it theirs, in advance to the Champions League champions. First ever. Solo entry here, just trying to stay quiet, or maybe they'll hear us. Stargazer waltzing on end reception. No doubt in mind on what he wants to do here. Right now, he has 2 players sitting directly above him. One now recovering into the safe areas of Shrine. Has a lot to be doing here, and now he's just going to help out his teammates instead of going for a solo push onto site. And what a commendable teammate. Do we think we're smart enough to see the corners of the drones? Laser solo gives you away already. Protects that corner, puts you in a horrible spot, and that's an easy rotate. Very smart, honestly. Goes right back. That's how you play the game, ladies and gentlemen. And Valkyrie, Andy, has a C4 in his name, and he'll live to see another day. Very smart. Very, very safe. 3 attackers coming on the door, knocking, asking for an answer. Coming in from Drum's exhibition. They're all swarming upstairs. This shield is going to stand in between these pushes, though. 1 C4 wasted by Andy, and now 1 more left. If they can force a connection here, this is going to be optimal for playing this. Andy going to the exact room, use the C4 on, and they are really getting aggressive here. They don't care. Snoozy, first blood, C4 raining in. Connection, no bueno. 4v4, Andy getting a kill of his own onto Evan. Quickie going down in the favor of JBA. A minute left on the clock. Andy shot in the back, abolished, finding a kill of his own. Finally, some response from one of these players. And now, verticality is now being established for CC. But one man has the opportunity to stop it. A blunder yet again from JBA. Saw it first on Cafe, now the 5th map. The 1st and 5th. What a story to tell. JBA really had the play there. Just needed to land 1 more bullet and would have taken care of Stargazer, but it is not on his plate as he's taken care of. 35 seconds left. So much left to do here. And are they going to be up for the task? Solus, your genuine ability is to deny the plant. We've been here before. Mira and Solus versus X amount of attackers. 20 seconds left on the clock, and it's all about running it down. Grim is the man you need to kill to relieve that pressure. He has 5 Y Loshers left, and the flank is going to be absolutely imperative to get right here. But you'll have Creepy coming into sight here. They're trying to get that bomb down, but you have to be aware that there is going to be some visibility from the door. Mira didn't get punched out earlier when they started realizing that there was some visibility, but they will close out the split 4-2, I think, for the 3rd time this series, interchangeably for both teams. It is so back and forth here. These teams are really fighting it to the death, but obviously Obey are the ones looking for the win here as they lead by 2. We'll head on over to Tea Room. Yet again, it was held so much better by Obey, is what I would say if I seen them hold it for the first time. But first impressions mean everything. CC now switching on to defense for the first time onto Skyscraper. They have Tea Room as their objective. Can they live up to the task? Devin, Evan, DJ, whatever the hell you want to call him, 0-6 next to his name. On Skyscraper, that's just not going to cut it, especially when you were gifted the hell and horrors of having attack first to your name. Lots to be done for every single player here, but Vizsla seems to be getting the memo as he's finally running that leap from Shockman that I was wondering who was going to bring first. Shotgun handy. Anybody who gets close here is definitely asking for a death wish. Exhibition getting open. Blitz being brought as that Chaos Operator. Don't think we saw a shield off from CC out of the 6 rounds they've used to their advantage. So I'm kind of intrigued how this is going to play out. Evan finally getting a kill of his own, but Creepy getting one, has another one to deal with. C4 is not used correctly. A little bit of a bait here, but he was closer to blowing himself up than getting a connection here. Quickie absolutely juiced for half of his damage here, and Snoozy is alongside his teammates to try to find a play. JBA one-tap Stargazer, and this Warden is going to be the integral part of denying the play. A Frost Mat is going to come to the rescue of these players. It is a 1v1 as Abolish isolates and Creepy now knows exactly where the other player is. He has the case, he has the ideas, and he sees the arm of the Warden. It's Abolish, and Abolish, as much as you know him for making clutch plays, finding kills, the momentum of Obey just cannot be stopped. And that is the first loss we have seen on this site this series, as CC claimed that record of losing Tea Room for the first time. And we are now 1 round shy away of match point. And ladies and gentlemen, we saw a story like this before. Obey 5, CC 2, and the ending of the series near. Wish you guys could see these match chats. A little bit of toxicity. You gotta love it. Good play, bro. Walk into the nitro. I just threw at you. Evan definitely infuriated on the fact that he's going 1-7, and honestly, I would be too. Lots to be changed up, and he really needs to lock in, as the youngins say. I am youngins, but still, lots to be done, and they are being starved when it comes to stepping up to the task. They got starved of the bodies here. You have one man spear entering. You have Creepy on a 4 KD right now, just playing Ash, running in, having a good time. That's honestly what you would expect when the scoreline is 2-5. Really looking for this lucky kill here. A little bit of ring around the rosy here. All right. Let's sit patiently. I'm a patient person. Don't be waiting for an imaginary run out. Ash is going to be the one that gets caught off guard, though. Has her pistol out and still manages to stay alive. Come on, Evan. Gifted a play, and you have completely tossed it. First pick, beautiful. C4 gets used. It takes off health, and at least he is dealing damage very heavily. Bring around the rosy here with this blitz, and lots to be done. As Evan lives to see another day, dealing damage, and is doing exactly what is expected of him. Exhibition a little bit more quiet, not as eventful as Geisha, but this breach getting open and 3 bodies targeting 1 man who is here to back him up. Snoozy taking care of Quickie, meaning that pressure is starting to get eased up here from Exhibition. His play is imminent. Gazer finding a kill of his own, relieving some of that pressure and finding Creepy. Abolish a little bit of ring around the rosy here, but he will emerge victorious. Only losing around 75% or 50% of his health here. Blitz the next on the chopping block. Evan, there you go, buddy. 1 tap to deal. Next on the board, double kill. That is the Evan we know and we love, as he'll find a kill of his own. Gazer getting his next kill. Make it a double for him as well, as they close out the round to just 2 now. And this is the CC you know, starting to wake up, starting to play better. But is it too late is the question. And honestly, we haven't seen a single timeout, I'm pretty sure, this whole series. We are 5 maps in and not a single timeout. 3 hours, 50 minutes. Are you serious? Intriguing lineup. I'm not going to lie here. I have no idea what's going on. CC, they're really trying to fight out here. They're really trying to fight it out. They're trying to dig themselves out the hole they've made for themselves. But right now, is it too late? That was a good round. They denied it pretty well. You had Evan really step up to the task here. Had pressure, immense amounts of pressure built up on his back, and he took care of the shield op and the 2 players operating outside of Geisha. Now, if they can continue to do this, I can see a comeback coming through. But Obey still has very, very well intentions to take this. They have the predictions. They have the viewers' votes. They have everything they really need. Now, it's all about the chemistry and how they play together to be able to push towards the end. Again, quick run out here from Evan. You tried it once, you tried it twice. It worked once, so you tried it again, and that did not work out for you. As Creepy is now at 1 HP, talking shit in the Discord server, as he will get a kill and starve him. 3 and 8 Nate is what he said. And honestly, can you blame him? Vizsla's the next to go down, and as I was just praising, it completely gets dissected. Abolish with a kill of his own, takes care of Bars. A little bit of consolidation, slows down the attackers. They have to rethink of what they want to do, and now considering the ace is gone, this is going to be a little bit harder for them to execute, but they still have a man up. This drone is slightly under the door, so nobody knows that it is there, but it has the live comms, and you will have the Maverick. Oh, this is going to be nice. Going to be nice indeed. Nobody minibar, completely cleared up, getting rid of the mirror instead. Beautiful. 2 defenders are tasked with swarming this, but right now, Creepy, 1 HP next to his name, needs to be very careful on where he puts his weight. Free Fire of Doom, honestly, greets him with a headshot. Flores capitalizing. That's Andy for 2. Creepy trying to whiff here, trying to prioritize. But that 1 HP only needed to land 1 bullet to be able to call that kill his. But Abolish, aim way too good for that luck to be able to run out on him now. 2v2, minute left on the clock. Make that a 1v2. That TCSG, not something you want to be walking into here. 1v2 situation. Need to isolate your ones into 2 separate 1v1s. Can he do it correctly? Or is Stargazer just going to use the C4 and toss it onto his head? He's the fedora of the Warden. Runs across. So much to be done. But does he have enough time? Does he have enough to do it? A 1v1 now. Abolish gets taken care of. You're going to be forced out that corner, but Stargazer's going to commit to the chassis. And do you know where he is? Do you know where he is? Looks like you have the general idea. And you'll force that C4. No avail. You can see him. He can't see you. Why not just continue to spray? And it's a ring around the rosy, but that glass case is going to be the only thing that stops them from losing the round and sending it to match point. And are we seeing a comeback for the ages here coming from CC? If these guys go to infinite overtime, I'm losing my mind. We have exhausted 5 maps. There's no way we exhaust more than 15 rounds. There's just no way in hell. Barbecue, the site that we haven't seen a singular time. CC managed to get 2 rounds on attack, both on this specific site. So this is going to be all about who's more passionate, because if CC can find this, not only are they going to win the only site that hasn't been won on this map, they are going to tie it up after we've seen Obey just run wild these last couple of rounds. A little bit late to the setup, but who's going to be in the building this quickly? Andy, apparently, though, losing half his HP. I'm going to guess from Evan, because he swings anything that moves, breathes, or even is close to being a living organism. This time, being on mute, looks like they're going to commit 3 people to upstairs, 4 people to upstairs. They're taking it a little bit more seriously than Obey, and that means the Vert. They brought the Bandit. They did exactly what I thought they were going to do. And now we are going to be in for what the hell is this? I'm going to say a competitive play, but there's nothing competitive about this. CC, though, always never fail to surprise me. They do crazy good things and they do crazy stupid things. And maybe that's the wild card you need on console comp. Right now, 1 round shy away from making a comeback for the ages. Can they continue on the momentum streak that they've been having for this last couple of rounds on defense? Evan starting that off with a great quota. Taking care of Snoozy. That's her Twitch gone out of the game. And now you'll have Dokkaebi coming around the corner, asking questions. The answer is a C4 and to push back. First call getting used, but a headshot will take care of Creepies. And that Mira will be popped. As long as Evan has the hold onto reception, it is going to be an absolute nightmare trying to attack. Really looking to walk through here. Andy has the play, putting himself in between of everybody. How have you not heard him waltz through? Andy's in sight. Andy's just walked in, looking for very easy gunfights, catching Namira off guard. That's what you get. You cannot allow him to ISO the ones. It is not something you want to allow to happen. Andy finds the second. Andy, can you find the third? Come to knock on the door and you'll get double teamed from the verticality. And yet, despite having 2 bodies taken out here by Andy, they're still going to have the advantage. Evan taking heavy amounts of damage, waltzes right back into sight, but the kit is with Barse. He'll get the kill off the verticality here. JBA will find a kill on the second, trying to drop the hatch here, and they will be gifted easy access into sight. Evan, you've had so much shit talk against you. You have so much to prove right here, right now. Are you up for that task? Shotgun loose, ready to be ripped, and you will be taken care of by JBA. Comeback imminent, but not enough. 4-6, as now you have Obey asking and answering questions of their own, as they will walk on to the match point. Karaoke tea room. What a sight to call it the potential end of a crazy long series. This could be it. This could be where it all happens, but it's all about if Obey is hungry enough for that result. So much to do, so much to say, but not enough words, not enough time, not enough thoughts. Vizsla back on that Legion shotgun. Abolish classic SMG 12. And Evan right back on that bandit. Again, not having the best of games. Has those little bursts of energy where he does well, but we haven't seen anything ecstatic for quite some time now. Parameters very spread out here. One man to deal with 5 operators. Are they up for the task? It's going to be Quickie. 1 kill shy away from being positive, and I think he'll have somebody come over to assist him, because there's no way you're tasking 1 man with an SMG. There you go. There you go. Bandit alongside to help, only to keep this wall closed, and Bravo looking to be up for the task as well. Oh, Evan, buddy, oh boy, this is going to be a rough round. The floor bucked out from below you would have been absolutely rough to deal with, but he's going to contest it instead. Shoots the jammer, knows better to stick his face into something he's stuck in before, and that will be the breach opened up with little to no resistance. Abolish gives up Shrine, seeks refuge from sight, but Quickie will give up Exhibition and now start playing close onto the corners of Shrine. That little corner that's protected by that 1 beam of wood. Where has Evan gone? Also seek refuge right back in sight. And now the attackers have been granted full control as their boots are now on the ground and walking in to house. Trying to have somebody feed into the bait. Andy doesn't need bait. He'll just walk in, but he's quickly refragged out. And that is the painful new awareness of playing aggressive. You have to be aware of your corners, but C4, gunfights, skill, it all comes down to this, as now Obey have managed to lose imminent gunfights that were very important to call this round theirs. Abolish completely aware of where the striker is and will win the gunfight. Absolutely taking his face off. Creepy. Lots to be done here. That Legion shotgun, not something you want to mess with. Vizsla, 4 or 5 tries, but that 6th bullet is going to be what puts the nail in the coffin. Five, 6, ladies and gentlemen. 5-6. We're 1 round from calling it quits or going to infinite overtime. And honestly, if you want this type of content all the time, make sure to drop a follow. If not, that's all good. Sit back and recline. Exhibition in office next on the chopping block. No Azami being brought. That's going to be rough. Sometimes people say that Bandit or Cade is enough for this one site. Not having an Azami is going to be rough for trying to hold Shrine and or Dragon. So, yeah, we'll play it out. So much to be done, and something I've been wondering here is why nobody brings the castle. The castle slapped up on Drum's door, on Black Window, and on the Terrace Double. This grants you just so much safer areas to rotate through without having the fear of having to walk into a man upside down repelled with a fully automatic high caliber AR. But I guess maybe I'm the only one with those thoughts. You'll be waiting, slowly but surely. Blitz being brought, Aurora being brought. Quite interesting roster indeed. I haven't seen anybody make use of this operator at all. A little bit of miscommunication seemed to be going on here because they're just looking at each other like somebody said something. But King Vaughn with the Glock with a switch on it is going to be brought. Female version, of course. Map control by Blitz definitely going to be established here. Andy on a shield. Honestly, a little bit of 50-50. I'm divided on Andy on a shield. He either does really well or really bad on it. He is going to have an interesting round having to walk up house here. There's no barbed, but there's a Mira knocking with that vector pointed right at his head. Andy, don't be gullible. Lots to do here. If you lose that shield op very early on in the round, this round is as good as being over. Drone finding the man under the door frame. Oh, you're put in a horrible spot. No frags for Aurora. Buck playing verticality here. Evan just can get shot out here. Why is nobody going for him? The drone had to have seen him. Just ping him. Call it. Go for it. But I guess that's not the memo that JBA has, because he's just taking his sweet old time while he will stay under display window. No way you go for it. There's no way in hell you go for it. You saw the drone. Under the window. Look under the damn window. He's seriously not hit. Abolish just dealing so much damage. That shotgun, it's buckshot. Not very fun to deal with, but that AR will put the final nail in the coffin. Why is nobody looking for this guy? I'm so confused. There's no way they haven't droned it out. They've sent in 3 drones after 1 man. If he hasn't been located, I'm done. I am done. This mute jammer hasn't even been enough to calculate where he's going. And if he... Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over. Oh, Evan. Oh, Evan. Why is Buck not using the skeleton keys? JBA is going to get a kill. Oh, my God, Evan. Oh, Jesus. JBA, triple kill next to his name. Makes it... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Gift from God. Sitting in that corner, and he still managed to butcher it. Misdroned 4 times, and he still lost that. Wow. It's 12:40 in the morning. I have school in the morning, so we're gonna keep it short and sweet. I've been your caster, your producer, and on-deck caster. That was rough to watch. That was rough to watch, and a very, very catastrophic ending to a 5-map series. I hope you guys all had a great time watching. Subscribe, follow if you're feeling naughty. Have a great day, and I hope to see you guys in this next cast. Have a great night, morning, wherever the hell you're coming from, and I'll see you guys later. Peace.